come here tonight and plead with you. Believe in yourself and believe that you're somebody. As I said to the group last night, nobody else can do this for us. No document can do this for us. No Lincolnian Emancipation Proclamation can do this for us. No Kennisonian or Johnsonian Civil Rights Bill can do this for us. If the Negro is to be free, he must move down into the inner resources of his own soul and sign with a pen and ink of self-assertive manhood his own Emancipation Proclamation. Don't let anybody take your manhood. Be proud of our heritage. As somebody said earlier tonight, we don't have anything to be ashamed of. Somebody told a lie one day. They couched it in language. They made everything black, ugly, and evil. Look in your dictionary and see the synonyms of the word black. There's always something degrading and low and sinister. Look at the word white. It's always something pure, high, and clean. I want to get the language right tonight. I want to get the language so right that everybody here will cry out, yes, I'm black, I'm proud of it, I'm black and beautiful.
To understand this, you have to go back to what young brother here referred to as the house Negro and the field Negro, back during slavery. There was two kinds of slaves. There was the house Negro and the field Negro. The house Negro, they lived in the house with master. They dressed pretty good. They ate good because they ate his food, but he left. They lived in the attic or the basement, but still they lived near their master. And they loved their master more than the master loved himself. They would give their life to save their master's house quicker than the master would. The house Negro, if the master said, we got a good house here, the house Negro said, yeah, we got a good house here. Whenever the master said we, he said we. That's how you can tell a house Negro. If the master's house caught on fire, the house Negro would fight harder to put the blaze out than the master would. If the master got sick, the house Negro would say, what's the matter, boss? We sick. We sick. He identified himself with his master more than his master identified with himself. If you came to the house Negro and said, let's run away, let's escape, let's separate, that house Negro would look at you and say, man, you crazy. What you mean separate? Where is there a better house than this? Where can I wear better clothes than this? Where can I eat better food than this? That was that house Negro. In those days, he was called a house nigger. And that's what we call him today because we still got some house niggers running around here. This modern house Negro loves his master. He wants to live near him. He'll pay 3 times as much as the house is worth just to live near his master. And then brag about, I'm the only Negro out here. I'm the only one on my job. I'm the only one in this school. You're nothing but a house Negro. And if someone come to you right now and say, let's separate, you say the same thing that the house Negro said on the plantation. What you mean separate? From America? This good white man? Where you gonna get a better job than you get here? I mean, this is what you say. I ain't left nothing in Africa. That's what you say. Well, you left your mind in Africa. On that same plantation, there was the field Negro. The field Negro, those were the masses. There was always more Negroes in the field than there was Negroes in the house. The Negro in the field caught hell. He ate leftovers. In the house, they ate high up on the hole. The Negro in the field didn't get nothing but what was left of the insides of the hole. They call them chitlins nowadays. In those days, they call them what they were, guts. That's what you were, a gut eater. And some of you all still gut eaters. The field Negro was beaten from morning till night. He lived in a shack, in a hut. He wore cast-off clothes. And he hated his master. I say he hated his master. He was intelligent. That house Negro loved his master. But that field Negro, remember, they were in the majority. And they hated the master. When the house caught on fire, he didn't try and put it out. That field Negro prayed for a wind, for a breeze. When the master got sick, the field Negro prayed that he died. If someone come to the field Negro and said, let's separate, let's run, he didn't say, where are we going? He said, any place is better than here. You got field Negroes in America today. I'm a field Negro. The masses are the field Negroes. When they see this man's house on fire, you don't hear these little Negroes talking about our government is in trouble. They say the government is in trouble. Imagine a Negro, our government. I even heard one say, our astronauts. They won't even let him near the plant. And our astronauts, our Navy, that's a Negro that's out of his mind. That's a Negro that's out of his mind. Just as the slave master in that day used Tom, the house Negro, to keep the field Negroes in check, the same old slave master today has Negroes who are nothing but modern Uncle Toms, 20th century Uncle Toms, to keep you and me in check, keep us under control, keep us passive and peaceful in nonviolence. That's Tom making you nonviolent. It's like when you go to the dentist.
Yo, what is good, my people? We are live, back with another live broadcast on the forecast. Yo, I appreciate y'all for joining me. You know, I know I'm on here late. I just came on here, to let y'all know. I know y'all, chilling, enjoying y'all time, but I'm still focused and trying to do what I got to do. So, somebody got to be on it. because like this is a job. This is something that never ends. You know what I'm saying? Like tomorrow, everything might be good today, but tomorrow you right back to it. You know what I'm saying? Like you're faced with a decision that could ultimately change your life and impact generations that come after you, right? And they brought it up at a time where there's no more waiting. You have to make your decision about, are you going to capitulate or are you not? Is the money that you making good enough or is it not good enough? Now I'm gonna put the link in the chat. What's up, Bakari? Yo, what's going on, bro? For anybody that want to come on, like I said, there's no particular topics, but if nobody come on, I'm gonna end up showing some screen shares because I want to go over this stuff. Because I'm not gonna lie, man. I'm kind of getting tired of people trying to run away from their blackness as if it's something that they can ever escape. There's no way you can escape it. Right? You can try to work for them. You can try to set somebody up. You can try to buy your way out of it. You can try to, suck up to them. It don't matter what you do. There's no escaping it. And see, we don't want to face the reality of the real world. And number one, you can't help nobody else if you don't have anything to help them with. That's number one. But we are a group of people, right, that if they was to pull up on us tomorrow and tell us we got to do something that most of us agree, it could be anything, or we have to leave from beside them, most of us would do the thing that they want us to do, even if it's like probably give up our children. See, right? Like if say for instance, an alien came down, right? And they told America, well, we'll give you all the reusable energy you can possibly have or possibly want. We'll give you enough food to end hunger in America. We'll give you every kind of natural resource and show you how to use it. But we want every person in your country with enough melanin on their skin, to qualify them as a black person. Number one, I'm telling you, this good old Joe Biden, he's going to sell you out down the river. I know you fought for the lesser of two evils. He's going to sell you out. Now, see, the thing is, what would we even do about it if they tell us tomorrow that, okay, well, number one, we're not selling ammunition to black people, right? Starting tomorrow, black people can't buy guns. Starting tomorrow, black people can't leave the country. And at 11 a.m., you got to report to this transportation center so you can get shipped off. Now, see, the problem is, right, we wouldn't even know what to do because we would have, like the 5%ers, the Nation of Islam, the Christians, the pro-blacks, the Pan-Africans, the indigenous, the Moors, the Israelites, I can name them all day long. And each one of us will have a different strategy. One person will be like, well, we got to wait for the Most High to come back to crack the sky. Another one would say, oh, well, we got to bring power to all the people. Another one would say, well, we got to fight back and shoot back and do what we got to do. Another one will say, well, we just got to pray our way out of it. Another one will say, well, we just don't have to call ourselves black. Right? Another one said, we can go on and on with the excuses. Right? If you check my lineage, I'm multiracial. See, we wouldn't even be able to come up with a consensus on something to be able to do anything about it. Because the people that fight back, oh Lord, now we already know what they're going to do if we try to roll up. We know we can't fight them. Well, I tell you what, do you want to get sent over to, those aliens that pulled up, on Plymouth Rock? Who knows what's going to happen over there? I mean, for all we know, they could be better masters for us. And then at the end of the day, we probably hold hands and sing our way out of it, or try to negotiate a deal and get our way out of it. And then there's going to be some people who only want to save themselves and sell us out and say, well, black people want to go on this thing, and try to convince other black people to say they want to go because it would save themselves. Because that's how they like to do it. They like to cut deals, but then that person will see, like, I thought we had a deal. And then they say, yeah, come on, we're going to take you to safety. And then they're going to pull right up to where the aliens to take you. But see, that's the whole thing about it. It's like, what choice do you have? Number one, somebody else is making this decision for you. Number two, you're sitting here arguing about which one is better, which is the lesser of two evils, if you will. And we're still trying to appeal to the emotions of somebody who's showing you psychopathic behaviors, somebody who is photographs of you being lynched and they're laughing and smiling. But let's appeal to their better half. But I want to show you, you know what I'm saying, the better half of people that we're appealing to. Hold on. Give me a second real quick. All right, Bakari. Yo, let me know if you want me to wait to show the screen share, because I want you to see the kind of people who we're trying to plead on behalf of. Now, see, at the end of the day, I'm going to tell you what. You getting on those transport ships. You ain't leaving this country. You ain't going to arm yourself. You're going to do what they tell you to do. How do I know that? Because that's what you have done. Because you're going to be busy talking about, I'm not black. This is how we need to approach it. We need to bring power to everybody. We need to hold hands and sing Kumbaya. When the whole world is saying, yo, we need to put ourselves in a better economic position to help our, not only us, but our future generations. We need to put ourselves in a position to where we could be able to grow our own food to sustain ourselves and build our own houses to make sure we're good. And if I got to sell this nigga out down the river, that's just what I got to do. But you like, no, we are all friends. We're all friends. But how is that possible when you find every excuse to hate the people who you come from? If I name a leader of black people, I guarantee you there'll be 20 other black people in line to try to debunk the things that this black leader has done. But if we talk about Donald Trump, you'll probably find 20 black people in line to argue that he's not racist. Especially Joe. I wouldn't even say Joe Biden, because there'll be a line around the block defending that. And the thing about black people is we would try to escape the outer space to run away from our issues instead of facing it head on. but it's nowhere you can ever run or hide. There's no argument that you can ever make except for the argument of I love myself, but oh no, you better not call yourself pro-black. You just may end up on a targeted list. As if you know your last name. As if you not sitting here arguing about where we come from. As if we don't go harder talking about football, saying we're going to beat y'all. Instead of saying, as a group of people, we are going to dominate and put our children in a position. That's the real we, but that's not the we want to identify as. We are the Boston Celtics. We are the Green Bay Packers. But if I be like, we as black people, oh Lord, I'm not black. Yeah, well, you don't get paid by the team either. You see, the things that we are quick to say that we are a part of, but the things that we are quicker to not say that we are part of, the things that we are quick to run away from. Because when somebody, a known racist, come up to you, you'll be like, whoa, maybe he can change. Maybe the past is the past. But a black person step on your shoe and we got beef for 6 months. You tell me what I'm supposed to think. You rather sit up there and argue and get into drama than to deal with some real issues. That's why we keep having these same conversations over and over. That's why we keep having the same information over and over. And then we got too many people coming in spreading misinformation. And then you judge your experience, right? And say, this is why I don't mess with this kind of stuff. And I get it. People are a tribal thing. And people tell me all the time, yeah, people may need leaders and stuff like that. And I understand. But somebody who's leading you outside of yourself is already a red flag. Because the Black Messiah is Black unity, not an individual. See, we get so caught up into cultism, looking for that one savior that's going to come. Whether it be because we brainwashed by religion or whatever, we're looking for that one Messiah that's going to come, not knowing that we are the Messiah. I am the Messiah. You are the Messiah, but only when we work together. Only when we start establishing the code. Because I'm not making it up. This is how we are treated. And I want you to see the kind of people that you are trying to spread your love for, who you trying to get accepted by. You know what I'm saying? See how much empathy they have for you. So, let me share my screen real quick. All right. Yeah, I'm not going to know if y'all see it, but whatever.
Okay, so stopping at 202.01. You have the firearm in your right hand, correct? And you are pointing it directly at Mr. Wright, correct?
Okay. On this matter, do you need to break?
And then
Can you proceed or you?
Yes, it's fine.
Okay. After the driver said you shot him, do you remember what you said, or do you? If you don't remember, did you look at the video and see what you said, or do you actually remember what you said? I guess is my question. Not with help from the video.
I don't remember what I said.
And what do you remember next, if anything?
They had an ambulance for me, and I don't know why. And then I was at the station. I don't remember a lot of things afterwards.
Hey, Erica, what's up? Now, I don't, like I said before, they go to this school of the fake cry. That's a part of the whole thing. This white bitch was crying, blinking her eyes, crying for an hour. Not one tear came out. And they all do that little super hard blink, trying to squeeze out the tears, and it's nothing. Does that look like a person with like empathy or sympathy to you? Now, yeah, she crying when she get caught, but when she's out there with a gun, they have centuries backing them up. And see, we get so happy off the smallest things. Right? I'm not even sure what she's sentenced to, because if it's not life, it's not good enough. And no matter what she get, I won't be happy until she serves the very last day, the very last minute of every second that she was supposed to get. But just them being charged at all is good enough for us. Because that'll give us a reason to say, well, what about black on black crime? Well, what about black on black crime? Because you're doing nothing but regurgitating talking points that come from a corrupt system, because you don't even do the investigation enough for yourself. You just take whatever they tell you. Like when they say the first slave owner was black, that was a lie. Like when they talk about black slave owners, see, they're not going to tell you that a lot of them, the major ones, were mulatto and their dad was white, and they was being treated and groomed to be that way by their white father. And most of the cases where people were owning their own family members. But all we need is a little bit of stuff, and then we could be like, "Oh, I forgive this white bitch. All we wanted was for her to, go to court, get arrested, and we don't really want her to get punished. That was good enough for us." But the minute a black person doesn't say something that you agree with, now you have every reason why you want to disown everything. See, a lot of the people, black people who talk about they're not pro-black, you could tell that's a lie, because number one, unless they're not pro themselves, because if you're pro yourself, that's exactly what you are. But it's excuses because it's fear. That's why you're going to have the 5%er over here, and the NOI person over here, and the Hebrew Israelite over here, and the Christian over here, and every group of person sitting there arguing about what you think we should do, when deep down we all know the real answer. But see, we want to talk about something that's down the road. Oh, what's going to happen to our great grandkids if we somehow try to get up from under this white man? How are we going to eat? As if you aren't capable of growing food, as if there aren't black farmers. Just because you're not supporting them don't mean they don't exist. This is the information age. You can learn and do whatever you want. But there's a level of comfort when you in somebody else's system, right? When you can just assimilate into somebody else's society, but they don't even treat their own poor people fair. And the only way they keep them from rising up is by letting them be over top of you. Now, not only are you the poorest, hardest working class, we're going to tell you now that you're lazy and you're good for nothing. And see, then we sleep on the damage that their attacks on our community, because we don't even look at the drug, the drug epidemic in the 80s as chemical warfare that it was. Do you know there was no prisons for profit until the 80s? Because that was all a part of what it was supposed to be. Yo, what's up, Blue? I put the link in the chat if any of y'all want to come on. Because if not, I'm gonna just go over this video soon. I'm waiting to see if Bakari want to come on. But we don't understand the damages and how much the war on drugs was a chess move. Because their moves, when they make moves, is not just to affect today, it's to affect 20 years from now. And we wonder why all these young people got so much hatred and venom towards each other. See, all of that stuff stems from, it all plays together, especially in the latest attack on our communities. Because they're coming from broken homes. All they see is trauma. The devastation that was left in the 80s and the 90s. And now these children are adults. And you don't think them seeing their parents do grimy stuff or their father not be there? Because all of this stuff is just, because we don't even realize this is generational stuff. You go back 20 years before that, fathers was in the home. We had our families together. We were standing together for Black power. And today, we don't even want to say Black power no more. But see, this was a war. This is a war. And that was a move that hit us on so many different fronts. Now they made enough money to fund a small war over there to go exploit another group of people. Right? And see, that shows us in ourselves. We could have been taking that money that went to fund a small war to fund our own small war or fund our own village or whatever we chose to in a responsible way. Then they made money on the back end, billions and billions of dollars, with the for-profit prison. And it takes more to keep a person in jail than it does to educate a person, but they put way more money into putting people in jail. And we see the school to prison pipeline. And now you have your warrior class off the street, right? You have them attacking each other, right? All of these gangs that was meant for Black empowerment and for Black protection, all of them now turning on each other, beefing with each other for 20 years, shooting and killing each other for a block that a cop could roll up and kick them both off of. No more knowledge, no more education, just getting money. And now you have this warrior class out of the way in prison. You have these homes devastated, right? Sometimes, you have people's moms strung out on drugs and people growing up in these environments, and then we wonder why they got an issue trusting black men or trusting black women. And that goes down so many different avenues. It's crazy. See, now they made money on the front end, the middle end, and on the back end, and they maintained power, and they kept us in a worse position than we started off in. See, that's how you make moves when you are in war. And we don't even look at it as a war move, as biological, as chemical warfare. Because that's what it was. But yeah, I don't know if Bakari coming on, and Blue, you can come on if you want. But if not, I'm gonna play one video and then I'm gonna wrap it up. But it might take a while. I'm gonna just respond to it because I want to understand why people and the misconceptions that people have about being pro-black, because it's my theory that you are just afraid. You're afraid of what that means. You are afraid that you'll become a target as if you are already. Because if you don't know your last name, if you don't know your great-great-great-grandfather or grandmother, if you don't control your food, if you don't control anything, what do you have to lose already? So hold on, let me pull up this video. And before I start, let me put the link in the chat one more time. And y'all can just jump on if you want to, or the call-in number right there. Because I ain't gonna be on too long tonight. All right, so let's hear some arguments about why people aren't as pro-black. And if you aren't pro-black and you're against it, you can come on here and it's all good. You can prove me wrong, and I'll say I'm wrong. But if nobody wants to, I'm gonna let him speak for y'all.
I believe in Martin Luther King's message: judge a person on the content of character and not the color of skin. Martin Luther King was all about bringing all races of people together. He was never about hating white people. He simply wanted equal rights for all people. Most black activists today.
Now, first of all, I want to ask y'all, what happened to Martin Luther King again? Is Martin Luther King still here, or did he get shot in the face? Did he get arrested like 30 times? Was he one of the most hated people in the world? See, a lot of people want to talk about Martin Luther King, but they don't talk about all the things Martin Luther King was saying. Martin Luther King said, "I'm proud to be black." Do you agree with that part? Martin Luther King said, "I'm going to Washington to get my check." Do you agree with that? He said, "I fear that I brought my people into a burning building." Do you agree with that? See, they can talk about Martin Luther King preaching about holding hands. Yo, what's up, Bakari? Yeah.
What's up, bro?
Not much, not much. Yeah, I'm just gonna react to this video and then
Hey, I missed some, man. You gotta play the video. I got a phone call. I was on my phone,
I
and I
just
got a
started it
phone call from a friend, and I
though. All right.
missed some. I'm gonna be honest. I probably missed like the last 5 minutes or so.
Oh yeah, that was I just started it. All right, I'm
Oh,
gonna
okay.
start it. Yeah, you heard the last part, but I'm gonna play it again when he was talking about Martin Luther King. So we're gonna run down the
So who
stuff.
is that? Who is that talking?
Just a random dude. I don't know.
I'm saying, is he black guy, white guy?
It's a black dude.
Oh, okay.
His problem with pro-black channels.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so because I want to figure out what's wrong with it. But you know, the first thing they love to go to is Martin Luther King. You know what I'm saying? Now, never mind they had a whole program to stop Martin Luther King, even for saying that stuff, you know what I'm saying? But you know. So hold on, I'm gonna start it over though.
I believe in Martin Luther King's message. Judge a person on the content of character and not the color of skin. Martin Luther King was all about bringing all races of people together. He was never about hating white people. He simply wanted equal rights for all people.
Hey, and Bukhari, if you want to say something, just jump in, because if he say something, that's all I'm doing right now. So
All right.
all right.
Most black activists today don't believe in this message. Most black activists today believe everybody should be judged on their race and not their content of character. You have many black activists on social media generalizing every white person as being the devil.
Now, yo,
Okay,
Bukhari.
okay, go ahead,
No, yeah, go ahead, bro. I've been talking the whole time. Go ahead.
Now he said Martin Luther King said judge them on the content of their character, not the color of their skin. And he went on to talk about black activists today and the ones that judge by color of skin. Now, judging people by the content of their character, what happened to Martin Luther King? So maybe the black activists today is not just judging on color of skin. They are judging on the content of those people's character, because those people showed you how they felt. And when somebody say, well, it wasn't all of them didn't have a dog, all of them didn't kill you, all of them didn't beat you. But if they wanted it to change, they would have done something to change other than say, I'm going to march with you, I'm going to help you vote. Excuse me. Did any of them say, we're going to help y'all fight back? Any of them. And that become our problem. We depend too much on them because we want equality and we want to be next to them. And we believe in the little black boys and the little white girls holding hands. And that becomes a problem. So when the activists today is not just judging on color of skin, they're judging on the content of character. When someone tell you what they say, if 750,000 white people died during the Civil War to free black people, right? Ain't that what they said? Ain't that what MG2 was talking about just a week or so ago, right?
Yeah, the 116th law, yo.
Yeah.
I need to go back and listen to that.
So why don't we talk about, if you ever heard of the Devil's Punch Bowl? I want people to understand that was during the Civil War. So, and when you understand what the Devil's Punch Bowl was, those are those so-called white people from the Union Army who went to Mississippi during the Civil War after black people overran Natchez, Mississippi, and took the town, made it all black. That was the Union Army who went in there and put them in a patch of land, fenced them in, and starved like 20,000 people to death. People was begging to go. So when we say don't judge by the color of skin, judge by the content of character. Well, people with a certain pigmentation or lack thereof in their skin have shown us how they feel. But this is probably some coon who's getting him a nice check, who want to confuse people. And right now, what he's doing, he's asking black people just through those few statements, kiss other people's ass. I get it, Mike.
Yeah, and Bukhari, I'm not gonna lie, yo. I think what he's saying is a bunch of BS because who is quicker to be like, oh, well, black people is our worst enemy. Oh, it was black people who was doing this. It's the black people doing that. Who is the one always saying that kind of stuff? It's other black people. You know what I'm saying? Like, first of all, black people can't wait to cuss out other black people. Black people can't wait to get in drama with other black people. Black people can't wait to expose other black people. It's when they talk about content and character, it's like we almost looking at the white thing as we're afraid to judge by the content and character. We are the ones who are sitting there talking about, well, I know black people are probably worse than anybody. You know what I'm saying? So like, I don't even know what he's talking about. I think that's a bunch of BS, and that's why I don't even talk about other black people or try to diss black people or diss black ideologies on this channel. You know what I'm saying? But yeah. You got something to say, Bakar? I'm about to keep playing it.
Go ahead, continue with it.
Generalizing every white person as being a white supremacist. And it's gotten to the point where, as being a white supremacist, generalizing every white person as being the devil, generalizing every white person as being a white supremacist. And it's gotten to the point where any black person that doesn't hate white people is called a coon. If you're a black person that doesn't want to generalize all white people as being the devil, you're labeled a coon.
No, well, a coon is somebody who identifies as a white person, who thinks they're a white person, somebody who doesn't want to call themselves black, or I'm not gonna say that, but you know what I mean, Bakari. Somebody who identifies as something that they're not.
Candace Owens, somebody who take up for the other side. Jason Whitlock, Kwame Brown. I can continue and go on and on and on and on and on.
Yeah, and Bakari, we get on all the time because, like, that coon thing is a slippery slope, but like that, and like Candace Owens, I don't think she believes it, but I think she does it for a check, which would
she is
equal
married
a
to a white
sellout.
man, though. She is married to a white man.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I can't get in her personal business, so I ain't even gonna say nothing.
I'm just saying, but she is married to one. She did marry outside. The people that she despised, she made so she didn't make a child with them. The people she talked negative about, she made sure she didn't make a baby with them.
Yeah, but you sure it's for like economic reasons or for love?
For whatever reason, she went the other way, and I ain't giving her no excuse. Just like I don't give the little boy Ryan no excuse. None of them get no pass, no excuses. I don't give my son no excuses. I ain't gonna give none of them no excuses. And that's what you got to stop doing. As you get older, you're gonna realize that.
Yeah,
they don't deserve a pass because you constantly give them passes. That's why they're able to get into the organizations and mess you over because we gave them a pass. We think we're gonna change them. No, we're not. They are who they are.
Yeah, but that's the thing, Bakari. Like, my thing is not about changing them. Like, I don't even want to. Like, it may seem like that, but no, it's like about understanding where he's coming from. So to understand, like, if there's a actual problem that can be addressed for somebody who is not him but that's young. And also I think that stuff kind of needs a counter argument to it, so because they're going to just be having these same arguments unless somebody come over around there and like crush their talking points, you know what I'm saying? But like I don't like, I wouldn't call it excuses because like I think they're sick, but it's not like I would be like, yo, this person deserves to be a leader in the organization or I would follow them or nothing. But I look at it as like blaming the victim, like, but it's not like I don't think they shouldn't be talked about or nothing like that.
Okay, but can it be that the victim chose the side of the victimizer?
Yeah, that's what like Stockholm's or Black syndrome is.
Just like the girl who says she's alternative black. She knows exactly what she's doing.
You think? I think some of them do. I don't think some of them do.
You don't think so? Okay.
Yeah, I don't think not everybody knows it, cause like some people would call, cause that's what I mean. Like when you start getting, cause like if a person doesn't support a black business, are they like yo, I'm not going to no black business. They be doing this and that. Would they be considered a coon?
In some instances, yes, because of the way they speak on black people. Some people coon unwittingly.
Hmm.
See, it's different when you coon and you know what you're doing. Candace Owen know exactly what she's doing.
Right.
Some people do stuff and don't know what they're doing. That's just my take on that. I could be wrong.
No, yeah, that's what. Yeah, I agree. That's like kind of what I'm saying. And Erica said, "What is alternative black?"
What is
Um,
who?
Erica said, "What is alternative black?"
Alternative Black was the person. She wanted to be a Korean. The lady who was talking, she wanted to be a Korean. So the alternative is to be something else. That was alternative Black. She was
Mm,
trying to fit into Korean culture and be a Korean.
yeah.
And those were her words. So when they're trying to fit into somebody else's culture and become other people, but they're still black, so they're alternative black because actually they don't have a choice.
Yeah, because them Asian people will be like, this little N-word girl.
Yep.
Yeah, well, yeah, like Blue said, that topic is too deep to just say, all right, there go Blue right here. What's up, Blue?
What's going on, Blue?
Hey, what's up, y'all?
What's up,
How y'all
True?
doing? I wasn't gonna call in because I'm driving and it's hard for me to focus and drive. But I know how you kind of how you forecast view the topic y'all talking about right now, and I'm definitely agreeing more with how Bakari look at it, and I feel like something like that because that's how is it?
Oh, go ahead, go ahead, go ahead. I'm
Yeah,
sorry, my phone was ringing.
that right there is an instinct that you kind of grasp as you get experiences. It's not something that you can just learn because it's like, yeah, I've always been hopeful in the next person's intentions and in their heart, and I've been let down so many times that it allowed me to kind of be like, okay, instead of me hoping like, oh, maybe giving business out, just expecting the worst, off top, and that way when shit do go sour, it's like it's not as detrimental or just as hurtful, and it's like people make their minds up at some point, and unfortunately we all know we've been brainwashed to a certain extent, and some people it's too, you can't save them, you know what I mean? We like to think that, but some things are not fixable because it's embedded in the brain, and you got to understand the brain is the hardest thing to change someone's outlook on something. It takes a lot of effort to do that. It's you saying that makes it just as easy as saying, okay, once a person that's an adult that's racist, or we can change their minds from being racist. We can change all the effort their parents put into them to be racist as an adult now and get them to see something different. They're still going to have those racist instincts. There's no taking them out of that, especially when you brought up that way. That person has to really want that. You know what I'm saying, for themselves. And in order for someone to really want that for themselves, they're gonna actually put themselves in that position. You're not gonna have to talk them over to win them over. You're gonna see effort from them. So unfortunately, it's like when somebody shows me a certain part of them, I'm gonna believe that. I'm not gonna say, oh, they don't know what they're talking about. They just messed up in the head from what they've been through. No, at a certain point, an adult makes a decision to be the way they want to be, and that's just that. And that's what you gotta accept and move on, and not put effort into that same person. But yeah, that's what I wanted to say about that. And I
Nah.
also wanted to backtrack a little bit, if that was cool. I don't know if you're going through the video.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna keep going, but go ahead. You good?
Okay, when you mentioned about food, and that's something that I'm getting real heavy on myself, uh, with actually growing. Eventually want to grow all my own fruits and vegetables. Um, and just when you think about the process of a piece of meat, whether you buying it from the store or you buying it from a restaurant, you have to think about the fact that this was an animal that someone raised, okay? And it was probably in a farm or field factory where that animal it's an animal that has feelings just like us. That animal was raised and fed, probably not given the attention, no type of attention, treated like, a slave, um, probably kicked, cold some nights, probably didn't get the chance to eat some as much as it would have wanted to, and caged to a certain extent. So you got this animal that's been brought up in one of the unhealthiest ways, and then now he's getting killed, and now they gotta skin it. Who knows? What they're doing in those factories. They gotta skin it. They gotta chop it up. And it's a lot of things behind going into the cleaning of it and just all of that, and then getting packaged. Having to make sure the temperature is being controlled because once it gets reach a certain temperature, then bacteria starts to grow, and then they spraying it down with coloring chemicals so that way they look their natural colors. Then it's going on a truck all the way out to different states, different parts of the world. Then it's going and they're transitioning into their freezers, and then on the shelf. That's a lot of a process before we actually buying it and getting it. And then you trust in a restaurant to actually cook it at that point. So, I've been thinking about that also so much, and trying to eat in as much as possible, especially with, just the awakening of how many germs is being passed around and how quickly and easily it can be passed around. And we wondering why, cancers and especially colon cancers is becoming more and more popular. Like it's just the normal now that you got to get your regular checkups because of all these things that different changes that our bodies is going through because of what we eating. Like it's not normal. It's not normal for us to have all of these complications. And you got people that haven't done any drugs, any drinking, and some of them are the most fucked up. So just try as much as you can to be mindful of those things. And I'm not saying you got to have a farm, but definitely be selective. If you can, we are, like you said, in the information age and have the computer right there. We got our smartphones right there. Just take the time to look up some of these things because you trust in too many people to take care of you. It's very convenient, and that's what makes us so comfortable with it. It saves time, but you want to be knowledgeable about where your shit's coming from, and just think about all of that because now we pass it on to our kids. And that's why for so many generations, it just seemed like we're stuck in this phase and we're not growing. And a part of your mental health is connected to your gut health. It's essential that they're like doing this big research theme on gut health because it is linked to your brain health. The cleaner foods that you eat, the quicker and easier your body can be aligned with one another and communicate easily, and the higher you can get, acclimated you can get within your own brain based on what you're eating. So if you have no idea and not sure even know how that works, like look into it. Don't you want to know how you can live your healthiest, the longest? Some things are just not normal, and you should look into. But yeah, I yield the mic.
All right, and yeah, I agree with you, dude, about the food thing. And I'm gonna keep playing the video, but yo, I'm gonna say this. Let me say this, cause like yo, I know y'all be thinking that I'm like talking about saving them, but it's not about saving a particular person or nothing like that. Like, do you know why I be listening to the black women who hate black men? You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, they be taking it too far, but I also be listening to see what their arguments is. And yeah, they do have certain arguments, like where, yeah, if as a man you have to build a certain thing. Now they take it way too far, and I'm not denying that. And as a black man, I understand, but I listen to the arguments to try to find the overall solution to see what the real problem is. And that's kind of how I see a lot of this stuff is coming from mental health. And that's, again, it's not to give them an excuse because they do what they do, but it's about how to correct that mental health and what is going on to cause this stuff in the first place. That's why I be listening and I be letting them come on my channel and I go listen to everything. I even listened to those white boys, you know what I'm saying? Like all of those racist white boys. It's not about changing them, it's about learning and understanding what it is so that you can come up with something better to combat it. You know what I'm saying? So like it's
Right.
not about trying to save nobody. Well, it's really about trying to save ourselves because it's not about a
The
particular
future.
person.
It's really
Yeah.
about saving the future, and you're right, but nothing has changed. All the excuses that they have or the reasons that they have, it's been the same for ages. It's
And
it's the same stuff, you know?
and it's like, and as long as they have people constantly making excuses, want to give them a
Right.
pass, they continue to do the same thing. And they continue to do the same thing, and then they continue to destroy. They will continue to destroy your movement because they're willing to sell you out for $1. Ain't nothing going to. Most of the coons, and I'm gonna get back to the person that you used as an example, Candace Owens, right?
Mm-hmm.
She know what she's doing. You don't have no money to give her. She ain't working with you. It's just that simple. That's how I see it, right? She have She know exactly what she's doing. No if, no ands, no buts, no maybe. She know exactly what she's doing. But we want to give her a pass and say, well, she don't know. She absolutely knows. That's why she went and married out. She thinks so bad of you that she don't even want to be with a black man. And we still gonna give her a pass and say, well, do you think it could be because? Do you think it could be because out of love? No, it's out of that's what she want. She don't think you're worth nothing. But we constantly want to give her and whoever else, I guess, a pass. Jesse Lee Peterson, the Officer Tatum. These people know Tariq Nasheed's coon. These people know what they're doing. But then when you find some out here who following them and listen to them and repeat them, they don't know. They don't know what they're doing. They're just repeating. They don't know exactly what they're doing. And that's what we're going to have to work on. Not giving people passes all the time. That's what we
Yeah.
have to work on.
Yeah, but yo, Bakari, let me ask you this, right? Like, cause I asked you before, and I already know, but like, yo, would you like you wouldn't say Booker T. Washington was a coon, right?
No, I would not say Booker T. Washington was a coon.
Yeah, but what he was saying was like similar to the stuff that Jesse Lee Peterson was saying. You know, like all the people in this town was like, "Yo, this is a coon." You know what I'm saying? And that all I'm saying, like, you first of all, you know what I'm saying, like, it's a slippery slope when you start going to that because a lot of people ain't gonna be willing to do this stuff for the coons in their own family. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I'm not talking about y'all, nobody in particular, but you know what I'm saying, again, like I said, it's not about trying to change their mind and then I'm trying to understand what it is, like, because yeah, these things are affecting them. Not that I'm trying to be like, yo, I can just love this stuff out of you. No, I'm trying to understand so I can like come up with my own methods, my own plans, or find some kind of thing that I can contribute to us as a people to do something to change this stuff. Because yeah, we have the same conversations over and over, but I'm just trying to get us to the next step past that. And if we keep going to the place where like, because and again, like I said, I'm not against it. I'm not like, I understand there's a place for that. I just don't do it because everybody does it. You know what I'm saying? But yo, like if we keep coming to the place where okay, is get rid of all the we keep coming to that point and we never actually address the system creating the coon. You know what I'm saying? Like, we always fix the sneeze instead of fixing the flu. You know what I'm saying? Like, and we always just destroy ourselves every so often. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah, I understand it, but watch this, right? When you say, some people would say that about Booker T. Washington. Some people would say that about Booker T. Washington. I heard them say it, right? And then you compare Booker T. Washington to Jesse Lee Peterson. So let's look and see what Jesse Lee Peterson has built for black people. And then look and see what Booker T. Washington did for black people. It's completely different. Let's look and see what Booker T. Washington did for black people, and look and see what Candace Owens did to black people. So people can compare them and say they're the same, but then you will look and see, okay, Booker T built schools, Booker T taught black people how to start business. But then when you mention Candace Owens, and people will giving excuses, only thing they have ever done is talk negative and say it loud in front of everybody. Is talk negative and berate and belittle black people. Will make like they don't go through the same stuff or have gone through the same stuff that black people talk about. But then you can find where she actually sued a school for racial discrimination. So no, me. I'm not saying you don't have you should, but me, no. I'm not giving people like that a pass, because only thing that do is hurt us. It hurts us. You can't fix them. Some people you got to just let go, like just realize, you know what? They ain't with us for whatever reason. They don't want to be with us for whatever reason. So we're going to just let y'all go. Do that make sense? I don't know. It might not.
yeah. Yeah. Blue, you got something to say? You want to say something, Blue?
Nothing. I'm just tripping. This is the truth, though, as far as some people, and then you can apply that to anything, any relationship that you have with somebody, you know, family member, significant other, friend, coworker. Is like, you know, some you're gonna know when you're dealing with, you know, a real person, somebody on the same page as you. And that's why I say we are a limited few of us in this world. You know, people that are gonna be genuine outside of their personal intention or benefit for whatever the situation is. You know, yeah, I just tried so much to give that benefit of the doubt to somebody. You know, like, oh, maybe they was having a bad day, or maybe this is no, that people know who they want to be. You know, whether they were got mental issues or not, you know. So it's really difficult to try to be able to an adult, for one, get them to see another perception, perspective. But for us, how can we combat it? You know, which is having programs for children, whether it's teenagers and younger, but offering that program or assistance to expose them to the right things they need to be exposed to. Because unfortunately, if they're being raised by parents that's just not there, you know what I mean, they might know, but they might not know how to educate. You know, at least they can get their kids involved in the right areas or right programs, get them educated in the right things, and that's how we get change. You know, so what can we do? Excuse me, we'll just offer that, whether it be a program, whether it be an after school thing, whether it be a virtual, you know, thing that they can attend, big brother, big sister. That's how we can help combat the generational mental illnesses that we have. That's a suggestion right there.
So, Phuket, let me ask you a question. The
Uh-huh.
one channel we were just listening to, that one guy.
Who, the
Lex.
one I'm playing now, or who?
No, I said a video we were listening to earlier.
Uh-huh.
Lex.
Mm-hmm.
Would you give him a pass?
What do you mean? Like, see, that's the thing that y'all said, like, y'all saying, like, a pass to do what? Like y'all be like, look, when people be like, yo, I don't trust somebody as far as I can throw them, right? See, I trust people in certain categories that I don't trust in. Like, you would trust them in certain categories, but like as a pass, like, would I be like, yo, you're not a black man? Or like, would I be like like you could call him a coon, but would I be like if he got pulled over by the police, would I not stand up for him? Yeah, you know, I would stand up for him, you know. Like, I don't know if I'm answering it right though, Bakari.
No, but I'm saying, but do you give his stupidity a pass?
No. And I
Oh,
don't give them a pass either. All I'm trying to say is like talking to like Ryan Silly, talking to a bunch of people like that, I kind of started seeing a theme where like they have had some kind of like, and I don't want to say, because I'm not talking about Ryan here, but I'm saying a lot of people who be saying that negative stuff, I start seeing a theme where like, well, they have been like molested or did something. Okay, like, well, now I understand, you know what I'm saying? It's not to give them a pass. It's not to say, okay, well, you're welcome. You could be a leader, or people should follow you, or that people should like, because if you notice, I don't be like, yo, everybody.
Okay, so let me ask you a question then, right? So you use that and they've been traumatized, right? So the people we using in an example has been, let's say, molested or something, right?
Right.
So they are against the people that molested them for sure, and they're even against the people that look like the molester, right? So if that's the case, so these people like Candace Owens, she gonna be the example. Why is it, you know, if you're gonna compare them and make them the same, she chose the side of the people that did this to us. They didn't do what the people that have been molested has done. They chose the side of the people that put us in this bind.
Right.
And like I said, I believe Candace Owens know exactly what she's doing. And I honestly believe Candace Owens believe and agree with everything that she's saying. Her, Jason Whitlock, all of them. I really do believe that.
Right. I mean, like I wouldn't be like, yeah, Blue, you wanted to say
Can I ask you this?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to ask you this, to put it like this. And I think we're trying to understand and let you see something you already knew. It's like before you even said, okay, I want to do this research to find out, you know, why these people are the way they are, and you found it out, didn't you kind of already know that?
Nah, Blue, because hey, hold on, I keep hearing the feedback on it. But yeah, Blue, because it was like I was telling you, right? Like when I was in the situation, right? Because like I had to actually learn from like, okay, that actually showed me that not all people are bad. You know what I'm saying? Like by meeting a bad person, I learned that not all people are bad. Like, no, there are different things that go along with it. And like to understand the solution for it, like I go to listen to
we can hear you. You reverbing, man. We can hear you.
Yeah, I think Blue was talking out of mute.
Okay.
Yo, can you still hear it?
Nah.
Yeah, I'm good. But yeah, you Blue, you can jump in anytime you want though. But yeah, to answer your question, I forgot Bakari's question, but yeah, to answer your question, no, I didn't. Like for me, I'm learning everything as I go. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't take it, and then like I'm not defending these people. Like that's what y'all like y'all like. I don't know, because I'm just not as hard on them. I don't make videos dissing them. I don't try to take away their ideology, but I don't tell nobody else not to make a video about them or to diss
You trying to create a gray area though is what you're doing, and you don't realize it. You just were saying you're not as hard as on them. So it's like it's either this or that. You giving an in-between joint, and there is no in-between.
I'm giving it in between. I mean, I feel
you creating a whole gray area based on that.
Nah, I'm
that's
just
that's causing confusion.
Causing confusion to who?
To the conversation and to what we're talking about.
So you don't think like people should hear like somebody has an anti like whatever rhetoric. You don't think that somebody should like hear their talking points and have like a you know back. Go ahead,
hey Blue, mute your mic while you talk.
Yeah.
Okay.
I keep.
I think because I'm playing it on the TV, that's what's giving some.
Yeah. Turn it off in the background, Blue. But yeah, like I don't think that it's causing a great, like I think that these narratives should have some kind of counter narrative to them, you know what I'm saying, to me, you know what I'm saying, like with the like with I always talk about the white supremacy stuff. That's what I'm talking about. I talk about the other groups because people only talk about black people. I'm not telling nobody else not to talk about black people. I just don't do it. You know what I'm saying? That's not giving them a pass or nothing like that. Now, when I let Ryan Silly on, I let the white boy on. You know what I'm saying? Like I will let all of them on. You know what I'm saying? I don't think it's causing confusion because I think it's causing. For me, I'm learning, and I hope like the audience is learning. You know.
Yeah, but now you're combining a couple different things together. So we talking about two different things. At first we were talking about pretty much bandwagon hoppers, people that will switch sides. They have no true foundation or morals. Those are the people that we were just talking about. Then you got people like Ryan Seeley that have the mental background issues that, they gonna come when it's built type of shit. They are part of those bandwagon people. That's what I'm saying is there is either this or that. For as far as trying to figure out how we can combat, the mental illness, like that's a general thing, no matter what their issue is, no matter if it's identity issue, no matter if it's, oh, I hate all black men or black women, like that's just a mental issue, period, where those people didn't have the right upbringing. And that's why they have these different issues, so that's that group, right? That's that. There is no different. There is no third side is what I'm saying. We got this or that, and then there's people that got their mental issues. We can't say, oh, those people that have those mental issues now they're in the category with this or that, but they need the help to decide them to welcome them over. They're gonna come over when they see it, like as you say, when you build it, they will come. Those are those people. Those are the people that we're not really talking to. Hopefully, if they in their heart they want to grow and change, they're gonna listen. They're gonna put that effort in. You're not gonna have to chase them down.
Bakari, you wanted to say something?
Nah, I agree with Blue. That's
Well, I don't know because I don't know like
okay,
why.
but no, I do have a question to ask.
Go
So if we say it's a mental illness, we say it's all that they have chose the other side and all that. So what do you do when they come around? Do you still let them come on and continue to spew their rhetoric? Like, because like I told Ryan the last time when he came on my channel, I was like, look, we ain't talking about that tonight. If you ain't talking about this, you ain't talking. He still went up, but he didn't talk about that same nonsense that he's been talking about because I wasn't gonna let him do it no more. It's just like the Aboriginals coming on, and every time they come on, they want to change the topic to we Native Americans, we the real indigenous. Do you continue to allow that rhetoric to confuse what you're trying to do because they have supposedly mental issues, but they're coming around knowing exactly what they're doing?
Well, it's a time and place for everything, bro. Like I do think there's a time and place for people to have certain conversations about things. You know what I'm saying?
I disagree.
You don't think there's a time and place for everything? I don't think that.
I'm over here cracking up to y'all. I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm being playful too. Please, you should know. I'm 95% of the time playing, but there is some truth to it. But no, yeah, I disagree to a certain extent, but majorly disagree because when shit happen, that's when it's supposed to happen, and that's when you got to deal with it. There is no, oh, okay, a motherfucker, somebody said this, we on a live with a certain focus and vision. You control the stage, right? So it's like you just let it slide. That's not the time and the place. No, it's almost like saying, oh, somebody disrespected you in front of people or in public, and you're gonna be like, oh, I'm gonna talk to them in the back. No, you address that right then and there. You demand your respect. You know what I'm saying? And that's that.
Well, yeah, that's what I was saying, Blue. Is a time and place for everything. Like that's what I was saying. You know what I'm saying? like I'm not telling like when people just come on and control your show, but if it's a show that is for it, or like it's an open topic, then yeah, they come on. But they're not gonna come on here and change the topic, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, there's a time and place for everything. People go over there and argue with them about them, but I don't even get into that. I don't seek it out or none of that kind of stuff. But if people come to me
Right.
and ask me questions, especially a young brother who's 22 years old, who like, because that's the issue. A lot of older black people let the young black people go and don't teach them nothing. Like the OGs who's teaching them stuff is teaching them these wrong things. Like no older black men is teaching young black men how to choose the right women, how to act as a man. And then they wonder why people don't act like the man that they are. Older women aren't teaching the younger women. They just say, oh, well, they just lost. That's just them. That's their generation. Nobody takes the time for the young people no more. You know what I'm saying? Like, and
Agreed, right?
Mhm. Go ahead, Blue.
I completely agree with you on that. But we've had this particular type of conversation before where I was trying to express that, hey, why does you expressing how you naturally and genuinely feel have to be confrontational? It's a learning lesson. It's not that, hey, you're not trying to disrespect him. It's bad enough as it is that we're not doing what our older people not doing what they're supposed to do. It's a learning lesson. If a person younger than you, and this is what I've also learned by having my younger nieces, if a person younger than you is expressing something at that stage in their life where you know that they should be looking at shit a little bit different, that is the perfect time for you to bring it up to them, because it was meant to happen. And the longer you keep putting it off, he done came back several times needing that help. He probably wanted it. You know what I mean? It's not confrontational to actually have a conversation where two people see two different things, but you trying to better that person's mental by showing them something else. How is that confrontational? How is that? Oh, it's a perfect place. It's got to be a place and time for anything. There is no perfect time to even have a child. Okay, that's something that I always thought. Oh, I got to make sure I'm doing this and doing that, and with this and with that. And all these years that I decided not to have a child, it's like there was never a perfect time to have a child. Don't get me wrong. You want to be mentally stable, but other than that, there's no perfect time for anything. Now there's those the exceptions, like, okay, you with your significant other, you're not gonna argue right there in public type of deal, but a learning situation, to teach someone, it's that time. Whenever it happens, that's the time for it.
So
Yeah,
you know what? The question Erica asked is what I was gonna ask. How can you teach somebody who refused to learn?
but
Who every time you
Right.
ask them a question, they are smarter than you. And then on the top of them being smarter
Right.
than you, they're extremely disrespectful with. So sometimes it's not the fact that people didn't care about the youth. You just get to a point where you like, I'm not dealing with people like that.
right. But Bakari,
Right.
that's the thing. It's not about like, because he's not the only one. I could see if it was like a one-on-one conversation, then you'd be like, look, I can't, you got what you thought. But this is not a one-on-one conversation. This is a platform where children are listening. Like people listen to the stuff, like what Blue was saying, you know what I'm saying? With the brother that you was talking about, like in that show, he was all like, it would have just been an argument. I'm not trying to argue with a black person on here. And then when I got on here and did this smoke stuff, I only did it with a white person. People got mad at me for it, and not none of y'all or nothing like that. But people had all of this backlash for me when I did it with a white person, but when it was a black person. But like with the young brother Ryan Howard, you know what I'm saying? Like, he come on when he come on, and we had the conversation. You know what I'm saying? Like, but in that particular instance that she was talking about, like, I'm not gonna get into like a shouting match. And you know what I'm saying? I felt like, I proved my point in that particular instance. But like with Ryan Howard, like him and Bakari go back and forth all the time. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I mean?
But it's not about arguing with black people on YouTube. It's about, am I or do I want to continue down this road, want to speak to someone who is smarter than everybody on earth, and not just him. So we can go to the girl who was an alternative black. I have told her, we told her, That's BS. What is an alternative black? Basically, she trying to be another race. But she gonna continue and explain and make excuses. So why do we continue to let those people around, even the people who's anti-black people, that's anti-pro-black, that's anti one to do something together? We can constantly say, yeah, it's just but they're bringing their mental problem here and don't want to listen and causing confusion. It's not even about arguing with them. It's about, are we gonna continue to allow those people to come around and cause confusion and throw a monkey wrench in what we want to do?
I get what you're saying, Bakari. I definitely do, because I feel like it should be a limit to that. Now, I understand UCAS is more for educational purpose, but it's like, that should only be done like to a certain extent, because yes, there's already so many platforms for them to do that. And remember what the goal was with this one, it was more so to be productive with whatever we talk about. But I get it. I get both sides. I just think that it should be very, very limited. And if it's for your personal purpose, then have it be that, But this is a platform like the whole having White Boy on here. That was something different. You know what I mean? So that's what it's about, getting to those conversations. But to debate back and forth and have them try to explain theirs, because in their head is right, there's nothing you can tell them. They are on a personal journey, and they have to take that time to put that effort in. Now I can see if they coming on and they're wanting more explanation on what we're talking about, that's something different, because maybe they do feel confused. But if their sole purpose is to explain why they are the way they are, and that's them, and they're going to explain every reason behind it, that is causing confusion.
Right. Yeah, I feel what y'all saying, but I mean, I don't agree. Like as far like, I don't think like as far as like, especially if you like when you controlling your platform, like yeah, when they start causing confusion, people start yelling and arguing, which we don't do on Bakari channel. And by the way, Bakari Pelez was like, yeah, he wasn't talking about you. He was just saying in general. He left a comment on that video, but like I can understand what y'all saying if we on here like arguing and debating, but like we have been having actual intellectual conversations, because like no matter what the young brother Ryan Silly understands, right? Like we all agree that he's a young smart brother, you know what I'm saying? Well, a young smart multiracial person, you know what I'm saying? Well, yeah, you got something to say, Bakar?
No, I was just saying.
Yeah, I did.
Oh, well, yeah, I understand like he's a young, smart, multiracial person, but y'all don't understand that like how many people have never heard of this alternative black? How many people have never heard of this multiracial? This is the first time I'm ever even hearing about this stuff. Like, and I only understood he was saying that based off of the stuff he was saying, you know what I'm saying? So then I got curious to be like, yo, you don't classify yourself as black, and then he came back like 2 or 3 times after that conversation, because I wanted him to talk to Bakari about it for real, just to see what it would be, But like to me, I don't think that whole thing was a distraction. You know what I'm saying? I think those was
Let
positive.
me ask you then this, because I didn't get to hear the girl that was on here talking about what y'all saying she was.
No, she wasn't on here.
Okay, well, was her explanation and reasoning similar to Ryan's?
Pretty much at the end of the day, yeah.
Okay.
She wanted to be Korean. She was trying to be Korean.
So this is my point. Is like, how many different names do you have to hear to understand at the end of the day they got the same problem? You know what I mean? We in 2021, about to be 2022. So of course the youngins gonna come up with a different name for the same damn thing. You know what I mean? It's the same thing. And I should have said also, it's not about what you're doing, it's about how you're doing it. So, yes, it is educational. However, when you're doing those particular ones, it should be more controlled, more on an interview type of thing instead of an open, type of thing, honestly, because you do want to have those type of conversations controlled, where you're asking those questions, getting those answers that you want to be displayed and exposed. So that way, again, those would be your prime examples for combating their issues and showing how, they should be looking at it in a different view to the viewers or the listeners. And then to answer what Erica Howard was asking, and hey, how you doing? I feel like with certain kids, and yes, it takes a village to raise a kid, but unfortunately, if with those particular ones that know it all and you done tried all you could, then at that point, you have to allow that person to have their journey. You're not going to be able to save everybody. Everybody don't talk your language. So the ones that you can touch, those the ones you was meant to touch, so that way we don't waste our energy on the ones that we can't reach. Everybody speaks a kind of a different language or a different lingo that speaks to them. It touches them in a certain way.
Right. I feel what you're saying, Blue. And that's why I'm saying, like, I don't think those particular shows, because he came on here like probably like 2 or 3 times, and then Bakari channel like a few times. And then like Bakari said on his last show, like, stick to the topic, even though he didn't on that one. You know what I'm saying? But on the topics that we're talking about, he usually come on, but then he says something that says something like kind of coonish that makes everybody mad. You know what I'm saying? But like in those shows, like especially when I first found out, that's why I was like, yo, let me get Bakari to because I know like Bakari would go in on those kind of subjects, you know what I'm saying? So I'm like, let me set up with something with him and Bakari. But like I do think those was productive conversations, you know what I'm saying, to me. Now, like I understand, but like I don't think y'all get like I'm not trying to save him.
Productive to who though? Productive to who?
Well, it was productive to me because I learned something like, yo, like, and then.
Okay, but what about Ryan? He has now said he's not coming back on.
Right. I mean but y'all talking about me about not saving people. I'm not begging him to come back.
No, that's the thing. No, I'm just saying. Did you hear everything that I had just said? Because I'm not saying it's completely no, don't do it. You shouldn't do it. I'm just saying in a more controlled conversation, so that way it can be a little bit more productive and not just for your purpose.
But that's what I'm saying. The shows that we did with him, that I did with him on, like, well, except for one of them, he came on and talked about the topic, and then it kind of led to him and Bakari at the end. You know what I'm saying? But like those shows were for those things. That's what I'm saying. Like once I found out that he was talking that stuff, I'm like, yo, I told Bakari because I wanted Bakari to come back that night, but he had to go. So like, I wanted him to talk to him. And then after that, he came on and talked about what we was talking about. But, the young brother, some people would be rambling. The young dude rambles a lot, you know what I'm saying? But like to me,
I enjoyed it too, to a certain extent also. But like I said, it just should have been a little bit more controlled. And then I wish he didn't feel like he had to leave. Like that's the part that I missed where he was just on exit. Like I got to listen to that whole live because that's a shame. I wish it didn't end like that. That was not the goal, and I know that wasn't your goal either.
Yeah, it wasn't me or Bakari. Like he and I don't want to talk because the brother ain't here like that, or he ain't. I keep saying brother, but he ain't here like that to defend himself. But he gets like kind of like he got to get like tougher skin to the comments. You know what I'm saying? You can't call people like these are H's.
Yeah, especially if he going into the music industry.
Right. And he get mad at the comments, and then Bakari told him don't talk to them like that. You know what I'm saying? So I guess he got mad. But like I said, man, like I understand what y'all saying. You know what I'm saying? I still be like, yo, I'm not as hard on the tune because my smoke is for the overall system. If that's to other people's goal, I'm not standing in that way. I'm not trying to say.
But if you think about it, Corey, you actually harder on them than we are, because I'm more, or let me speak for myself right now. I'm more so saying, hey, I'm not going to waste my energy and putting energy and effort into them in specific. Now I understand that once they see shit and they see that it's working, they're gonna hop back on the bandwagon. I know that's gonna happen. But it's like I'm not going to even put the energy in it. So I'm not even going to be hard on them at all. To say, hey, see it this way, see it that way, or try to understand them in this way or that way. I know they got an issue that I can't fix, but something is going to speak to them in their own language and they're going to jump back over eventually.
Yeah, and hey y'all, hey Bakar, you got something to say? Cause Pelez just called in. You got something to say real quick, Bakar?
No, I'm listening. Go ahead. Let Parade, let Pelez talk. But I want to say this, and it ain't even just about. It's just people like him, and then that's the dangerous of what I always talk about. The dangers of black people on social media, what they're teaching the youth. Ryan and all the other people like him, and all the people like that one girl who's the alternative black. There's really not much anyone can do. Like Blue said, they're gonna be on their journey and they're gonna have to figure it out on their own.
All right. Yeah, what's going on, Pelez? How you doing, bro?
Wagwan Pledge, long time.
Hey, go ahead, say something, Pelez. I'm gonna make sure they can hear you.
Okay, yeah, no, not much. I'm doing pretty well.
Y'all can hear that?
Yeah, I can hear.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead, Pelez.
Yeah, I'm doing well. I probably should already be in bed, but I got that little notification for you. But I know the shadow venue. I couldn't see the notification. But no, man. Like I said, I always enjoy the talks with you guys, and I know I'm all over the place. I will try to keep this as short, as concise as possible. For me, I know culturally there's a little bit of maybe miscommunication, misunderstanding. Sometimes when I'm talking, I'm a very passionate person. I try to be authentic, as real as I can, very forward, with everybody. And I just want to, for me, I'm going to maybe sometime probably, rub people the wrong way, for an example. And I know sometimes black people, I think for us, I know I'm an emotional person, and based on what I see globally, I believe we are very emotional globally, because I see that within myself. I see that within my family, I can see it. And I think that's what, that doesn't help us. And what I was just trying to say last night, and then it is true. I'm not saying all of us, but I do like the fact that you guys are to have your platforms. You can discuss things, and really, you guys are giving some really valuable information. And I would like for us, I don't know, to get together and do something. And
hey, Pelez. Hey, I don't mean to cut you off, but that's why I'm glad while Blue here and Bakari here, hopefully in the springtime, if everything go right, I don't know how it's gonna happen or whatever, but hopefully we can come up with something. If not, we'll have to do something on video, but we hopefully can put something together so we can actually start meeting in person. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Well, for me, this is, because I guess I'm a very conscientious person. I'm always worrying about upsetting people. Did I say the wrong thing? And sometimes I may say things that people are gonna think the wrong way. And as far as with Brother Bakari and stuff like that. Listen, my brother, I never, accuse or try to say hey, about the whole drama thing, stuff like that. No, man, that's not me. All I'm just trying to do, this is what I see within our community. When I say our community, I'm talking about global. You know, I don't see, Haiti. I grew up there when I was 13 years old. I left. But I'm just saying, we fight amongst ourselves. We get very emotional about things, you know, and then that's just a fact. And yes, I realize that we are suffering from trauma, from PTSD, and I know I come to this video very late and stuff. If you guys talking about two different people, about this guy who's like multicultural, blah blah blah, he's this, he's that. I said, bro, at the end of the day, man, you black, okay? That's what they're gonna look at. And then I have a son who is, because like I'm gonna throw everything out there. And people think like, oh, maybe Taylor could be an agent or something like that. He lay down with with a Becky and stuff like that. You know what? It is what it is. I have a son, and I have to teach him. I said like, yes, Papa understands that your mom is white, but on the people that run this country, they view you as black, and I tell him, I said, listen, embrace you white side of the family, but I'm just telling you, you and your brother, they're going to view you different because there's going to be a different treatment. And for me, there's a lot of, like, we go hard on each other. We have all the smokes for everybody, all the smokes, but we don't have the energy, for the people that's taking advantage of us. I mean, my gosh, when I went to Haiti, this white lady, she's just like
Hey,
effing up.
hey, Pelez, hey, can you I don't know if you can come on. I can't. My phone about to go out.
Okay. I mean, sure. I mean, yeah, I can come on, but I just probably won't show my face because I'm in bed right now.
All right.
Yeah. So you need to just go out.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I will do that. Okay. All right. Okay.
All right. Either of y'all got something to say about what he was saying?
No, I was just listening to him.
Okay.
No, I mean, he's right though too. At the end of the day, it is going to be difficult, and he's got to hint first. He since he has a mixed child, you see how he has to explain and how he's preparing his child for the world. There is no in between, and just like we know there's no in between with them, we not gonna go ahead and say, oh, you got the ones that's the devil, that's racist. You got the ones that's not, and then you got the ones in between that's got their mental illnesses and da 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 da. It's not as simple as saying from right to wrong when you are mentally twisted. You know what I mean? Those people they hoppers. They just hop to whatever the masses is going with or what's popular, what's in style. Those are those people. They don't completely know themselves enough, unfortunately. And they're gonna come when the time is right. It's just the focus is really getting our foundation strong enough with the ones that is ready, that's tired of waiting, that's about to give up, that's that's where a lot of the energy and focus needs to be.
Can I ask y'all a question though? All right, say somebody has a white wife or like have a kid with a white person. Are they a coon?
No, I wouldn't completely say that, and it does depend, because some people do that just for that purpose. So yeah, you got the ones that are, but like I've mentioned on one of the lives before about me dating outside of my race and me being a conscious person, but not in that aspect, you know what I mean? Because I didn't get schooled enough on that to think of it in that way, and wanting to be so open-minded and believing everybody had a good heart, giving everybody the benefit of the doubt, but then later on realizing that at the end of the day, it is a race war. You know what I mean? And it's not just within the U.S. They're competing with all the other races out there. So that
But
that particular question doesn't have just a simple answer for me, since I had a personal experience.
right, yeah, and I
I
don't
don't know
mean
if
it.
you have.
Yeah, I don't mean it
Now,
that way.
now
Yeah, I
I'm
don't
gonna
mean it that
answer,
way.
right?
But
Okay, okay, watch this. For me, like I say, and I wholeheartedly believe this, there's a lot of people that unwittingly coon. Does that take the cooning away? I keep telling y'all, and I ain't saying everything I say, the rules I talk about is what I live by, even in my family. If my oldest son was here, who chose the other side, and I love my grandkids, they mulatto, he'll tell you that I told him he's a goddamn coon. His woman ain't black. People unwittingly choose the other side. You can always come back home though once you learn and you understand. Can't hold it against them forever. But
some,
yes,
but some people
I,
do, Bakar,
do what?
hold it against them.
Well, I can't. Well, I say if they come back home, you can't hold it against them once they come back home.
Right, right.
Long as they out there, I'm gonna tell you, man. I'm gonna be honest. I don't speak to a black woman that's not with a black man. I don't speak to a black man that's not with a black woman. I'm being honest. Now, this is my life. This is how I lived my whole life. This ain't nothing new for me. This is something that I have seen and I know, and I'm trying to figure out what's greater than being with something that you came. What's greater with being with the mother you came from? What would be greater than that? Think about what you're teaching young black people. Think about what that black man is teaching. Matter of fact, his female cousins, his younger female cousins. Why would a black man want me? My cousin didn't even want to. And look how happy they're living. Or they're making like they're living happy, even if they're not. Or in some people cases, they done had a child with a black woman, but then go get with a white woman, and that's the woman they gonna marry. What are you teaching that child? So you may
Right.
not be wittingly being a coon. You might not be like Candace Owens and working for the other side, but your coonish actions put you on the outside of what? Because I live my life by, I have rules that I was raised by. Then I'm a Garveyite. So I live my life by that. So now you have put, for me, you have put yourself outside of the rules for
Right.
people that actually built something for us in this country. But like Marcus Garvey said, they can always come back home. You don't hold a mistake against them forever once they learn from their mistake. That's my take on it.
Yeah, and bro,
And I
and
don't, but let me say
before
this. Even though I say I don't speak to them, I don't hate them. I don't. And then the flip side of that, I have biracial friends, mulatto friends, because the child that's mulatto had a biracial, because I don't want to be disrespectful to nobody, child who's biracial had nothing to do with how it came here. So I have biracial friends that I'm cool with. It sounds my rules a little strange, but that's why they work for me. And that's why I keep saying my rules.
yeah, and I'm gonna let Pelez talk, but y'all can jump in anytime, Pelez. It's just an open conversation. You know what I'm saying? But you know,
All right. So yeah, I mean, for me, you know, I always have to respect everybody's opinion. I don't need to agree with what everybody said, but I think like being respectful, I think it's always the key. I don't know if you guys know who you guys probably know who he is. Professor Harata Kamene Bukiti Coleman. Professor Kaba Harata. You guys know who he is, right?
Yeah.
So he was saying something. He was talking like on Cooning about him and like Felix Chirac, and then like this sister, I believe she might be Haitian and stuff like that. I was listening to that podcast, and I took it back how I mean, this guy, he's a genius. I mean, I love this guy. And obviously you can tell that I mean, like he was like, there was something, his mix of something, but he is proud, to be Black. And obviously, like you said, Bakari and the people of mixed race, who have like a different parent, they didn't choose how they come here, so he was talking about cooning, like the different level of cooning. He said like, well, we're using their system, we're using their airports, we're using their schools, we're using their institutions, you know so I was like, that was really powerful for me when he's saying those things. And so, yeah, I mean, like, I even have a conversation, like a buddy of mine, who I work for actually, and I have to have a conversation with him. I said, listen, I know I work for you. I have on the business aspect of it, I have to, you know, tiptoe sometimes, because like as I'm, around you, in the work area, and I think it's a level of cooning, in a way, because like I don't have my own business, but yet I don't know if you guys following me, because like if when I have that, if I can ever find that link, I will send it to one of you guys, because it was really important. And yeah, but again, just because we are not, we are with a, with a black woman, with a black man, or whatever, vice versa and stuff like that. That doesn't mean we're not cooning. And I, like I said, for me, I mean, obviously I really don't want to like get into like how I end up marrying I was married to her, and it was just like when I
Hey,
left.
Paulette. Hey,
Go ahead.
Paulette, can I ask you a question though?
Go ahead. Go ahead. Yes, yes, yes. Sure.
Yeah,
Anybody can ask the question.
yeah. So when you was like dating a white woman, did you have feel some type of way about a black woman, or it was just cause?
Let me tell you something, my brother. I'm very open to this. So I left Haiti when I was very young, okay? And she was the first person I've ever dated, okay? And I was like close to my third, I was like in my 20s, like 29, almost 30, all right? I've never dated anybody, man. In high school, I was, man, like I said, though, I ran cross country, pretty popular, never dated any girls in high school. So I've been divorced since 2014. And so I've not dated anyone, but at the same time, you got to understand, man, like I've grew up around now I'm not making any excuses. I've grew up around white folks, and so I guess that makes it make it easier, for me to, to end up in a relationship with them. But I think for me right now, just working on myself, I'm going to like, listen, I love my people. I love my black women, but yet I haven't dated one. I'm 43 years old, and I just want people to just be careful. And I'm not throwing any shade at anyone, okay? And I am, like, again, a lot of us, black men and black women, are hurt, like, again, like, yeah, I mean, like I said, when Bakari is talking, and brother Bakari is talking, stuff like that, I respect him, man. Like, I'm learning to what he's saying, it's just, I don't know, man. Like, I'm not tiptoeing around the questions you're asking me. I don't think I answered the question. Did I answer the question?
No, no, yeah, you good. And I'm gonna let Blue and Bakari jump in here too if they want to.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh,
I'll finish what I was gonna say. No. Yeah. Like, I mean, so I would love to be in a relationship again. For me right now, I have a son I'm raising, and try to co-parent and stuff like that. My ultimate goal, guys, I would like to go back to Haiti, and that's that. Okay. And at the end of the day, it would be nice. I would love, to be in a relationship with a Black woman, but I am not going to force something that just to prove to the world, see, I can date a sister and stuff like that. But the way I operate, I want things to happen naturally. And like I said, man, I don't know. I'm very I just don't have time to play games, I guess, with people. And again, and also, and I want to say one more thing, and then I'll shut up. The reason I say I just see a bunch of drama on on Facebook, even on like in a major network. It's just like we are so much better than this, and you can see like the Candace Owens and Jesse Leapy Dixons and stuff like that. Anthony Brian Logan. I mean, those people are, I mean, dude, listen, there are white people that I work with, and what I do. And then like, yes, some of them are Republican, stuff like that. I said, like, I said, like, listen, you like Candace Owens because like she talk trash about Black people because like she's a sellout, bro. Like I said, like, like I straight up tell him, I said, like, no, because like I said, listen, Candace is like, she's an opportunist. She even admit once, she said, I can't be racist. I mean, because I think white people see through her BS too, man. And she, I mean, like, again, they were coming for her baby when they were calling her baby a bunch of N-word monkeys and stuff. She had no smokes for them, but she have smokes for everybody else. Now, those type of people, I want no part of those type of people. Okay. And I believe we need healing. We can't save everybody. It's just like my family, my cousins. We can't all unite under one roof. We can't. It's sad. We are amazing people, but I don't know. I don't know, guys. Like, go ahead.
No, yeah, like, and let me say that, and Bakari and Blue, like, let me know before y'all go, cause like I don't really want to get off, but I'm gonna stay on as long as y'all stay on, but
right.
Yo, let me say this, yo, Bakari, you got something to say?
No, go ahead. I'll just call.
Okay, cause let me say this, right? Cause Erica said, and why don't I? And by the way, let me say this, cause like Blue and Bakari, y'all already know y'all my peoples for real. It's just a good conversation. And I know if MG2 is here, he'd be on y'all side too, getting on me. You know what I'm saying? And I know, like what Erica Howard said. What I don't understand is if you're not pro-Black, why come to the pro-Black platform? And that's what I understand. Like, yo, like that's why I keep saying if you build it, they will come. And it's not about trying to save an individual person. It's about whole systems. It's not about individuals. You know what I'm saying? And that's why I be sticking up for people that would, like Henry Louis Gates would be considered a coon, but when he got the police called on him, he got the police call because he was Black. When the dude Ryan talked about his racist experience, he got that racist experience because he was Black. You replace all of us, you know what I'm saying? So I'm against that in particular. I'm not about trying to save him in particular, you know what I'm saying? And I'm not about trying to save all the coons. I'm not even trying to change their mindset. Like if you see like when they come on that platforms, you know what I'm saying, these other groups, because like it's a lot of people that I would call coons, you know what I'm saying? But like other people are cool with them, but so I would understand that. But like if you look on somebody's page and all they do is bang on Black people, like
right.
Pelez just said, like, all you do is have smoke for Black people, But if we look at a lot of people that we don't consider coons, all they have is smoke for Black people. So are they coons? That's what I'm trying to say. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not about trying to save them. I stay in my lane, which is talking about the whole system and how to destroy the system. If somebody else talks about it, I'm not gonna be like, yo, you can't talk about another black person. You know, you can't do that. That's not
Right.
my thing. You know, it's just my lane to stay in my lane to talk about the whole system as it is. You know what I'm saying? So,
Well, you
no,
know, for
sorry.
me, as far as I'm concerned, right, I've already said a lot of people coon unwittingly. People coon and don't know they're coon. See, that's the difference between me and you, Forecast. You care when those coons who selling you out get pulled over, get harassed. I don't. I don't care. Especially the ones who knowing exactly what they're doing. They know they're selling you out. I don't care. It's good for them. As far as I'm concerned, we can't, I'm not wasting my energy trying to stand and care about those people when there's people out here that actually care about black people, when there's black people out here that actually care about black people that's going through the struggle. We give all our energy to we give most of our energy to the wrong thing. That's almost like power to all people, when I most definitely don't agree with that. So I most definitely, I can't. And I'm just being honest. We can't say we're going to give all our energy to be concerned if something happened to them. We can't.
Yeah, I
The
feel.
young brother,
My bad.
the young dude, he came and he came out of that situation okay. Good for him. Glad for him. But me worrying about people like that? No, I don't. And I'm just being honest. I really don't. Now, Peled said something I think black people need to get away from saying, right? And that's, we can't be racist. I wonder who made that rule that black people can't be racist. Oh, we can't be racist. Says who? Everybody else is. We are so conditioned to try and love everybody else that we can't even understand that being racist means we love ourselves more than we love anybody else. We always speak, and I say it all the time. Dr. Umar claimed he was going to come back to my show, but he didn't, because I had a couple things I wanted to ask him about that. We always speak from a weak talking point. The weak talking point of we can't be racist. The weak talking point of, and I ain't taking shots at nobody. I'm just saying how I see things. We gonna say, let's give them a pass. We know we got problems, and those people know we have problems. But in the midst of those problems, they have chosen the side that they want to be on. In the midst of those problems, we gonna look and say the best way for us to take care of ourselves is, you know what? Let's just look in the mirror, pull our pants up, and say, you know what? We racist. And because everyone else is, and it seemed to work for everybody else. And since it's working for everyone else, maybe, just maybe, it can work for us. Because if we become racist, other people won't come to our neighborhood and control everything about us in our neighborhood. Other people won't come and be able to be disrespectful, because we like to talk about white supremacy. So we are focused on one group of people. This is why I don't talk about it, because we focused on one group of people. But in our neighborhoods, you got the Orientals, who's absolutely racist, because we always talk about them being racist bigots. You got the Arabs, who's racist bigots. East Indians, racist bigots. The Latinos coming in there, taking certain jobs, looking out for their own, racist bigots. Then you got one group of people who say, oh, we can't be racist, but the rest of the world can be. Everybody else on earth can be and can look out for one another. So how is it that we don't have the strength of the mindset to say, this is what it's going to mean? Because we don't have no power to control nothing. Neither did those people, until they decided to work together and say, like, I'm going to use the Latinos. We're going to do our best. We're going to control this landscaping industry. We're going to control this industry. We're going to hire our people in this industry. We stand on weakness more than we stand on strength. I am Antoine de Mela. he who greets with fire. And I absolutely stand on strength. And as long as we holding on to weak standing points, weak talking points, we'll never move forward with strength. Sometimes, according to Machiavelli, if you read the book, sometimes it's better to be bold than it is to be cautious, which means sometimes you just got to go do the shit. And that's why I am, and that's why I've been. But as long as we hold on to we can't do this, we can't do that, oh, they just got this problem, and that's what's wrong. So now we allowing our fear of saying, of other people calling us racist by us sticking together, getting in the way. Then we holding on to the Jesse Lee Petersons. It's still okay for them to come around and to confuse our youth. Or Kevin Samuels, it's okay for him to constantly teach Black women ain't nothing. Then you have someone confused like that dude Ryan. Then you have the Cynthia G who can teach Black men ain't nothing. Then you have the alternative Black woman who have listened to her say, divest from Black men, get you somebody else, or just be by yourself. If you get pregnant with a Black boy, abort it. All the people that teaching all the stuff that gonna mess up the community, they standing on their foolishness, their strength, because they getting paid. But the people that say they want to help the community, we standing on weakness. And I ain't standing on weakness no more. Now I yield the mic.
Yeah, and before
I'll jump in.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll jump in right after him because I really agree with a lot of what he was just saying. And just to explain it in my own way, it's like, because I know sometimes we get caught up on the wording and the word choice. And I ask that you don't get caught up on the word choice or don't forget what the end goal is at the end of the day, because we don't want to get caught up on ideologies and things like that, even though, like I said, I agree with most of what he said, like 90% of it. But just to explain it in my own way, it's like those people, you got those group of people that's meant and want to cause confusion. Because they want to feel like their, whatever ideology matters more than yours or is better than yours, because your ideology is the underdog ideology for Black people. It's not popular, so people want to go with what's popular, like those athletes or celebrities that choose to date outside their race. It's like they are those bandwagon hoppers, whatever's popular at that time. The look of a female, everybody getting the same, injections in their lips to changing their nose and butts, and it just to fit in, you know what I mean? That's just those people that go with what's popular. But you have people that is meant to just cause confusion, and you got to know when that's happening and when it's, not turning into an educational session. If you look at all talk shows and things like that, they have questions that they ask these people, and even some of them get to asking the questions that benefits their channel. That's when you have to have a more controlled environment, when you bringing in a different ideology or someone that's not supportive in what your mission is. And remember to stay on top and just stay focused on what that is. And those questions that you ask, it should be in benefits of for you to be able to combat that issue. You know what I mean? Instead of just having them just pour all of that into the session. And then if you think about it like this, what was Hitler doing? He was willing to kill off his own people to make sure he was producing the best of his people. You know what I mean? So we got to remember, we're not going to get everybody. And that's a part of the groups that do try to make change problem, is they think they're going to get everybody. So they putting all their efforts into everybody. And that's what has delayed and constantly delayed our movements. So we have to remember, there's not going to be that many of us type people, and people that is interested and seem like they're sayers. Hey, okay, okay, you only gonna get but so far. They don't need to be in that inner circle. You know what I mean? Because we had talked about what if, okay, a mixed race wants to join or whatever the case was, but they, identify as Black. But it's just another way where even though he physically killed people, we don't have to literally kill people, but we cannot, put energy into that. You cannot teach a person how to be real. You know what I mean? That is in your heart. That's embedded in you. You're born with it. You know what I mean? It's just certain things that's going to stick to you. That's not going to change. And you can't teach that. So unfortunately, this or that, and then it's those bandwagon hoppers that's just gonna go whichever way the wind blow, whatever works for them, whatever's beneficial to them. It could even be in the moment, but to also point out about what Pelej was mentioning, like everybody wants to fall in love naturally, and that's how I kind of looked at it years ago, where it was like, oh, okay, I'm not going to try to judge on, what the race of this person is. But then it's like, to a certain extent, we have to, when we're going into these relationships with our kind, we have to remember and to have an extra set of patience and understanding for the fact that we've been through these mental issues, all these barriers, and why some of us are the way we are, and then know what you want. There's certain things, everybody got issues or flaws, and you got to know what you're willing to deal with. If you know what your flaw is, and you got to find something compatible to that, so that way you have a yin to the yang, and that's why I feel like we all need to know ourselves as much as possible, because that's going to help you have better relationships, period, in life, not just a significant other. But the goal is to definitely not spend that time or too much time, very minimal time, on the people that are not on the same page, because it ain't gonna do nothing but waste time. We already know the issues. Whether they're classifying it, slapping a different name on it, it's ain't but so many different categories, and to me, it's 3 of them. And which one they fall in depends on, and that's just it. And I'll yield the mic.
Yeah, I feel what you're saying, Blue. And like, yo, Blue, that's all I was saying is like, when I say I'm not as hard on, I'm saying I have more patience on them than on Black people than other people.
But what do you mean by that though? Because what do you mean by that?
What you just said. I'm saying I agree with what you just said. That's what I mean by what you just said about having more patience, because I understand. But
I am specifically talking about when you're in a relationship. That's all. I'm not speaking about nothing about. We talking about Black versus pro Black.
Okay. All right. Well, let me say this though, Blue, because but that's all, I'm just saying, like, that's all I was saying about being more patient. That's what I meant. I'm just saying that's all I meant. But like, I agree with Bakari about the whole racist thing. You know what I'm saying? Because Black people do need to start being, because we're not racist. That's the whole issue. You know what I'm saying? But like Bakari, like, when I be like, yo, I care about like somebody like Henry Louis Gates, or somebody like, because these those Black women, man, they be like, yo, if he had a white wife and he got shot by the police, they be like, good, you know what I'm saying? And I don't agree with them saying that. And just like the same thing with Black women, the Black men be like, good, and I don't agree with them saying that either, you know what I'm saying? But like, when I say that, because okay, if somebody happened to Sheriff David Clarke, okay, fine. But if they did it because he was Black, that means that Bakari, you could be next, Blue could be next, Erica, I could be next, and then I'd be crying. So like, I'm gonna wait until they target somebody that I love when they was doing it because he was Black. That's why I say I stand up. It's not to change their ideology. It's not to change who they are or any of that kind of stuff. Like, I named the show Anti-Pro-Black because, like, that's just what's going on. That's what I'm seeing right now. And like, they listen to these people because they're trying to escape this Blackness. You know what I'm saying? It's not because they have something they just heard it. They have their experience, and then they hear these people talking about it. And then, like, we talked about it on here. Like, we didn't see some of the stuff, like Blue mentioned, like, yo, I didn't see something until I saw it on here. And that's why I think that And I understand Blue, like, you know, I should be more organized, but it wasn't just like him randomly coming on or anybody randomly coming on, especially if we have a specific topic. Like, and that's why I like me and Bakari shows, because we like stick to the topic and it ain't no drama. Like Bakari always say on his show, like, yo, it ain't got no time for no drama, none of that kind of stuff. You know what I'm saying? And we don't really be doing that on their shows, you know what I'm saying? And you know, I understand what y'all saying, but at the same time, like, you know, like, I mean, you know, I get what y'all saying, but you know, like
I
I
don't
said,
think Bakari was looking at it like the way you explaining it though.
no,
Nobody wants to just see any black person die though. But I feel him too because it's like that coon, or I don't even think we should get hung up on the word coon though. You know what I mean? It's just that area that I'm talking about when I'm like, is this, that, and it's those mental issue people. I feel like each person, some people have to go through their journey. You cannot stop them
but
from
I'm
going
not
through
trying to
their
stop.
journey. And
I'm
maybe
not
the
trying to
person
stop
getting,
it though.
maybe the person going through that, that's what they need to slap them and wake them up like, hey, I'm still black. It's no matter how I change my accent, who I work for, the color of my skin is just not going to change, you know?
So
So
you
yeah,
just gonna,
nobody just wants black people to die and say, well, good for them.
nah,
I
yeah, I
That's
ain't
what I
don't.
saying
was
that.
And
about
I
to
don't
say.
Hey,
I'm
think
yeah,
that's what
sorry,
he
Blue.
meant.
hey, let
I'm
me say
sorry. I
this.
ain't mean to cut you off.
Let me
But
say
then
this.
what I
I
was
ain't
gonna
saying that.
say, I don't dislike. Okay, look,
Yeah,
I
I
was
ain't
just
saying that.
gonna say when it came back to me, I don't dislike them because look, this is the thing. For the most part, I really don't think about them enough to like or dislike. I have to focus on what I'm trying to do and what I think we need to do. But when I say good, it's they need that to be put in their place. Let me give you an example because I can use a lot of personal shit with me. So now I'm going to use my grandson, mama, right? She's Haitian, right? And she's quick to say, what she used to say? Black. Black is just a color. Why can't we just be people? All people are the same. Don't care what I said. Don't care what we talked about. That's what she always said. So I'm like, okay. So one day she go to work. She was the only black person on the job that day. So then all of a sudden, it's she having problem with white people. And take a guess who she picked up the phone and called. Me. And guess what I said? Black, all people are the same. Don't mean I don't care about it. That's my grandson, mama. I care about it. All people are the same. That's what you've been telling me for the last month. You don't look at color. You ain't worried about race. And this is what I told her in the midst of her crying, shedding tears, talking about how she was treated at work. I say, I love you, but there's no need to call me until you learn. So now you're going to stay up there and whatever you're going through, you got to go through it. You can call me back when you understand. If you don't ever understand, just call me about my grandson and we can talk about other stuff. And I left her there. My rules don't change, dude. My rule does not change. That's how I feel. Whatever, if they could have whooped Ryan ass for about 2 minutes, not kill him, just beat him, I wouldn't have cared. I'm being honest. Because they need to learn. I can't put myself out for people who feel a certain way about me. No. Some stuff we gonna have to let go. And what I'm telling you, and if my grandson mama was here right now, she'll tell you how hurt she was when I did that. And then she'll tell you for the next couple of days, she learned her lesson. Then she came to my house and apologized. Now, she didn't have to apologize to me. And the next time it happened, I was there. And it never happened to her again.
But Kari, like, say I get beat up, you know what I'm saying? Like I don't think I need to learn a lesson, you know, just speaking for me, but like say I get beat up the next time because they doing it because I'm black. So we just gonna be like, first we gotta be like, okay, let's go into this person's background and see if they've been cooning or not, but if we gonna stand up for them or not. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I understand. Okay, but watch this. But when you know they have been, right? When you know that they have been disrespectful to black people, when we know that for sure, why is it so hard for us to just step away for a little while?
Right. I feel what you're saying. And I want y'all to be clear. Like when I like cause I cover stories of coons getting shot by the police, you know what I'm saying? And I don't talk about, oh, well, you know, they shouldn't have. No, I use it as an example. See, you can be cooning and still the same thing happen, but not to change that person, but for the next person who watched that video, you know what I'm saying? Or a young person that might watch that video to show that cooning don't pay. So I don't want y'all to think that.
You covering the story is you covering the story though. That's not you fighting for them. You're just exposing what happened.
That's all I've been trying to tell y'all the whole time, though.
But that's not what you were saying. You
That's
said
all
if you see a coon get pulled over, you want to jump out the car and help him. That's different.
I said if a person get pulled over because they're black, yeah, I would stand up for them because it could be any one of us.
No, we were talking about coons at that time.
Right. That's what I said, though.
Okay.
But yeah, that's all I said. If a person, because he asked me, you know what I'm saying, and then I was like, yo, if a person, I would stand up for Henry Louis Gates who's trying to get in his own house, because guess what? They would call the police on me for trying to get in my own house because I'm black, and we end up in these situations. Am I trying to change Henry Louis Gates? But if that happens, I'm not gonna be like, oh yeah, well it shouldn't have happened to him. I'm gonna use this story to show, you know what I'm saying, that kind of stuff, it still leads to the same thing. That's what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get what you're saying. And I know, like I said, I know I'm a little harsh. And I
Right.
know sometimes I can be a little hard on how I see things. But at that
I don't
moment,
think you're being harsh though. I just think you come from a different era and your explanation is a little different. And I just think that we getting hung up on the word choice of it, and him explaining what he was trying to say, he was just not explaining it right. So now that we get what he's saying, I think we're all saying the same thing.
Well, cool. I've been saying the whole time, like, I'm not trying. Y'all keep saying I'm trying to save them. I've been saying every time I speak that I'm not trying to save. Y'all just keep saying that. That's what I'm saying.
So do you agree with what we're saying?
I don't agree that if a black person whatever, I wouldn't say that they got what they deserve. Well, I wouldn't even not say that they didn't get what they deserve. I wouldn't say that.
We didn't say that either. Well, he said that, but then I clarified it for him, and so that's what he just was clarifying.
Right. I'm just
So
saying.
I'm trying to understand what part that you disagree with.
No, y'all disagree that I bring them on the platform. Y'all say that I bring confusion and stuff. You know what I'm saying?
No, but you said we misunderstood what you were saying. You was like, that's what I was saying the whole time. So apparently we misunderstood something. So I'm trying to get, based on what me and him said, what part of it you was not agreeing with.
No, when
if
y'all
you was
be
trying
like,
to say the same thing.
No, when y'all be like, I'm trying to save them, I'm not trying to save them. Like y'all keep saying I'm trying to save them. That's not what I'm trying to do. You know what I'm saying? That's not what I be using my stuff for. But I do learn from them. Yeah, I do. And I do talk about their story. I would stand up for every black person. But do
so let me
I
ask you a question, Forecast. Do you think I did my grandson mama wrong?
No, I don't. I mean, well, hold on. Like, if she was getting beat up, I would be like, hold on.
Well, she wasn't being physically abused, but she was being verbally abused.
I mean, well, yeah, that's different. Like, if she was getting like ready to be killed or something, you know what I'm saying? Like,
no, she was just she was at work. She was being verbally abused. In the company she worked at, I used to manage their Waffle House. They got them in Virginia.
Yeah, we got Waffle House.
Yeah, I used to manage Waffle House, and I know how the people at Waffle House can be, because I know the company.
But Bakari, if they did it in your face, though, right? Would you stand up for it, or would you not?
I'm gonna be honest, man. I ain't sure.
I feel you.
Now, after we talk later, yeah, I can say yeah, but I'm gonna be honest. I wouldn't show, man.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying. Like,
I just wouldn't say I would. Because I'm gonna be honest, I felt, sometimes people need to learn a little lesson.
All right, let me ask you, and now, yo, by the way, Blaze, you can
Blaze
jump in.
is still on here, and I can't believe you're talking. I talk more than everybody.
Nah, you good, Bakari. You good. Both of y'all good. But let me ask y'all this, and Pelez, you can answer too, right? Say we knew George Floyd was a coon, right? and but y'all was out there with one of the cameras, would y'all like just keep walking? Would y'all record? Would y'all try to get them off of them?
Oh, okay, can I there's echoes, I guess.
That's me. Hold on.
Okay. Well, for me, I would do what I can. I would probably lose my life because I'm wired differently, because I know that, you know, the mentality that I have coming from Haiti, I don't play games. Because I would not let that fly, because like I mean, because like him being, you know, a black person being, you know, being murdered and called cold-blooded like that is crazy. And also, I actually, believe it or not, I agree. I understand what you're saying, Forecast, about, you know, and also I agree with Blue and Brother Bakari. Like, Coons needs to learn their lessons. I actually I agree with Bakari and Blue about this 100%. I believe I understand what they're saying. To me, when you consistently bashing and selling out black people, saying we're a bunch of thugs, we're a bunch of criminals, you know, and just you just go out of your way, just like you keep intensifying it every day, making fun, disrespect, you know. So I understand that part. And as far as like their whole like yes, I agree with him too about, like, you know, we need to be racist is not a bad word. Racist is like, you have to love yourself first and love you people. And you know, when obviously you guys know that we do not have, like, you know, if you listen to, I'm a big fan of you know, Francis Chris Wrestling, and you know, but right now we are dominating in all activities. You know, we don't have the ability, and I'm actually a big fan of Dr. Umar. And like, when I say we can't be racist, we don't have the ability to dominate people. We don't have, you know, we don't control law, we don't control the labor, we don't control entertainment, we don't control police, we don't control the judicial system, stuff like that. That's what I mean by those things. We don't control them until like we're willing to like get together or leave this country, or stand up and build our community and stuff like that, and have your own military, you know, places, which is not going to happen here, or have your own, you know, Air Force, you know, aircraft carriers, which is not going to happen here. You know, let me ask you, let me ask you something, Brother Kari. Do you think we can gain some type of like momentum trying to do stuff here like that, having our own police department, having our own, like, you know, just like everything, you know, aircraft carriers, military base, everything?
Yeah, it's possible.
How we, well, hang on a second. No, I agree with you, but I want to see I want to hear what Brother Bakari have to say about that. How are you going to make that happen when we are dominated right now? So you telling me
I
if you
wouldn't
can,
say that on this channel, but okay. Excuse me, I'm sorry.
no, so Brother Bakari, are you there?
I'm listening.
Yeah. So I mean, like, you talk about this a lot. How are you going? How are we going to do this? I like to, I want to hear what you have to say.
How are we going to do what?
Okay. The reason I say we can't be racist is because
ask the question again. I know why you think we can't be racist, and I know why most just ask the question. I ain't trying to be rude, because the reason you gonna say we can't be racist is gonna be different than what you know what I believe. So
Right. Well, I mean, what my thing is, okay, I want you to lead us, lead the Black people, all of us. How are you going to, you know, I'm not saying it can't be done. Like, you know, like Sister Blue said, it can. How are you going to, you know, stand up to the United States and gain you independence, you know, like, you know, secede yourself? Like, how are you going to do it? How are you going to do it?
how are we gonna stand up to the United States and feed ourselves, take care of ourselves? First thing, I deal with people that want to be in a position to take care of themselves. That's one. Now, two, how do you stand up to the United States? First thing you have to think about, what are you willing to sacrifice? What are we willing to sacrifice to get what we want? There's land that we can go purchase. I'm going to show you some. Matter of fact, I took a picture of it. It is on the main street, and I can't be. I'm gonna get out my car and walk. If you look up their address, it would say. If you ask somebody where they live, they're gonna say it's Marietta or Powder Spring, but it's actually some Nigerians. I think they've been living there about 5 years now. They bought a house, about 5 acres of land. It's called, and it was once the city of Marietta or Powder Springs, Georgia. Now all of a sudden it's Cucamonga, Georgia. They went there and they changed their little 5 acres of land to their own little town.
Brother.
Wait. You asked me, so I'm answering the question. So they created their own little town, Cucamonga, Georgia, their own zip code, their own everything. So now once you get your own everything, so now you begin to feed yourself, so you have land and you can take care of yourself. You can feed yourself. You can grow. You can get the animal. You can get chicken. You can get goats. You can put seeds in the ground.
Okay. Okay. So Brother Bakari, okay. So I understand what you're saying though, but okay, Rosewood, Black Wall Street, what happened?
See, I don't live in fear. I don't live in fear of what has happened in the past. Wait a minute, because you cut my answer off, so I'm gonna talk on Rosewood, because we know Rosewood. We know what happened. Sad thing. We know what happened in Black Wall Street, which that was not a black town. There was a black section of a city called Greenwood in Tulsa, Oklahoma. Have you ever heard, just yes or no, Pledge, have you ever heard of New Africa, Mississippi? Yes or no?
No, but I heard.
Okay, so wait. Just yes or no. So I'm finna tell you why, and this not me being disrespectful to Rosewood or Tulsa, Oklahoma. New Africa, Mississippi, in the 1700s, like between 1787 and 1800, slaves, enslaved Africans that wanted to be free, fought, won a war, built a society in Mississippi. If you want to learn the history of it, you can Google New Africa Road, Clarksdale, Mississippi. And they won the war. They defeated the enslavers. They defeated the slave catchers. And they freed them. Come on, Pledge, when you talk, I don't say nothing. Then every time I'm talking, you cutting me off. You're going to get your chance. So now, then you have Mound Bayou, Mississippi, the first and last all-black town still standing. No one never talk about it. You know why? Because it was not destroyed physically. People didn't go in and kill anybody. People didn't burn stuff down. You know why they didn't do to Mound Bayou, Mississippi, which was before Tulsa, Oklahoma, and before Rosewood, and it's still standing. You know why? Because they built a militia they had a military to defend themselves. Now you can go.
Okay, so my thing is, I'm gonna make this very short and sweet. You know, as much I like to brag about Haiti, blah blah blah. You know, which I'm proud of what my ancestors did. Yeah, we can say like, oh, we defeated the French, we defeated the Spanish, we defeated this, we defeated that. That's great and all. That's great. But to me, I didn't think we didn't do shit. We didn't do shit. Like, being in Haiti right now, Haiti's not free. Haiti's not free. Okay? Listen, when you have equal powers, that's when we're gonna get that respect we deserve. To me, that's great. Our ancestors done some, some battling, stuff like that. I understand, but naturally, we are a loving people. We are peaceful people, but we need to intensify things. Like I said, though, I know I'm talking like the way I talk, people think I'm crazy for saying those things. Bro, listen. Right now, if the powers that be want your place, what are you going to do? You can't do anything about it until we're willing to like relocate, and do something. When I say relocate, meaning like build and defend that. Unless, you ask the question like, what's the price? What are you willing to give up? I'm willing to give up my life because, like, for me, there's no way. Do you really think, Focus, we decided to like build something? Like, let's just pick any state. We pick somewhere, it's thriving. Don't you think they're gonna come for it?
Hey, Pelage,
Hold on,
let me say
okay.
that.
Wait a minute. This the thing, right?
Mhm.
This is the thing. And I hear a lot of black people speak the way he speak. And it offend people when I say black people speak out of fear.
I'm not afraid, bro.
Black people is absolutely scared to death of white people, because if we build something, they're going to come after us. If we do this, they're going to do that. We are the only people in the world that don't see themselves ever winning anything. We don't even see ourselves coming together to try and build something so we can possibly win, so we can have a fighting chance. We are in our mind, we are defeated. Pledge, in your mind, look at the question that you asked. Do you think they're gonna? Because in our mind, do y'all remember the movie Life? It was absolutely funny. Do y'all remember that movie? Do you remember Eddie Murphy talking about the club, the Boom Boom Room, and the big dude that asked for the cornbread? Where is it? Is it open? He was like, no, my man, it started right here in the mind. If it's in your mind, then that's where the idea starts. The idea of us losing is already in our mind.
And Martin Lawrence was like, man, you ain't got no boom boom room.
The idea of loss. The idea of being destroyed. The idea. So I'm going to tell you something, Ledge. When I asked you what you was willing to sacrifice, you say your life. People ask me that. You know what I say? I ain't willing to sacrifice nothing. I'm going to take some of their lives. See, we have to start seeing ourselves as the ones winning. But as long as we see ourselves losing, you ain't going to ever win. My grandkids going to be 70 years old. Going to be like, they're going to be on YouTube Plus then. YouTube Plus. I remember my granddaddy used to talk about this. We still going through the same shit that he was going through in 2021. I can hear my grandkids, my great-great-grandkids. Yeah, his spirit flying around his house somewhere. We still going through the same shit. We still don't think we can win. Pardon my fridge on your channel, Forecast. But that's just how I see it. Pledge, you're a good brother. You say we need to link up. I agree with that. And I'm not saying I'm right about everything. So you ask me my opinion and how I would do it, correct? So that's the answer that I'm giving you. I'm not shooting down everything that you say, because I know there's something I'm possibly wrong with. I know I might be wrong about something. So when we come together, what I'm wrong on and what don't work for everybody, we put that aside. I just want you to know that I'm not trying to argue with you or put down everything that you said. Right now, I'm just speaking my opinion.
Yeah, hey, let me say this real quick, because Bakari talk about all the time, like, there's a book called We Will Shoot Back, you know what I'm saying? And like Bakari said, everybody need to read that book, because we don't even realize how much people like, because yeah, they attacked people, but they didn't lose the towns because of like what they did to Black Wall Street. What they did was build highways using the Highway Act through the Black communities, then build projects on the side of them. And they should have shot back then too. Like, don't get me wrong, but Black people have been fighting back. And like even in Haiti, because you mentioned Haiti, right? Like, what did the people do? They fought back against the biggest army. Napoleon was supposed to be this great general, and he got crushed by a bunch of, you know what I'm saying, people with no weapons and all of that kind of stuff. And then, you know, you look at Haiti, you know, and this is no disrespect to Haiti or any, like, because like I said, I don't be going in on Black people, you know, but like we look at what happened to Haiti, you know what I'm saying? Did they actually win the war? You know what I'm saying? And, you know, this goes back to another point, but, you know, what happened when they drove the French out, they started fighting themselves. They had the internal conflicts, you know what I'm saying? The dark-skinned people fought the light-skinned people, the, you know, all of these tribal divisions that we always have, that we always fight each other. And the French was able to roll back up in there. You know what I'm saying? That's why all I'm saying is we need to start. And when, because we talk about on these channels, on your channel, Bakari, on my channel, when we say we building this stuff, it's not to save everybody. When we say we building it, it's for the people who want to come along. You know what I'm saying? If you build it, they will come. That doesn't mean every single person is going to be down with what you got to say. You know what I'm saying? But yo, Pelez, you could go real quick, but I want to let Blue get in here because she didn't say nothing in a minute. So
Yeah. What I'm just saying is, I guess I need to like clarify, and I need to be very on point to what I say. Though when I said when you build, like, you know, when we build things, you know, no, we need to be able to protect, to defend ourselves. That's, you know, my I'm, you know, I am a person that live with no fear, and I'm a person, I know Tariq Nasheed sometimes is a troll. You know, sometimes he gets on my nerve. He's very petty. He'll mention that. But he has some good talking points sometimes. And he said, you know, I have to have a conversation with myself, with his family. There's a good chance when you walk out those doors, you might not come back, you know? And I had to have the conversation with my son. And this is straight facts. For me, I know that at some point I'm gonna have to go back to Haiti. And Focus, you're right. I don't believe Haiti they did not want the war. They didn't. You know, with all the internal fighting, with all those things you had to do, it's just everybody want to be a Tom Brady. Everybody wants to be a quarterback, you know? And Malcolm X says this, and then, you know, I don't know exact quote. He will be allies, you know, with anybody who wants to be an ally with them and stuff like that. For me, we wear our emotions in our sleeves, you know, and I think that's hurting us. And, you know, yes, to me, for us, like you said, when we build something, they will come. I do agree with that. And I'm not saying we can't win anything. It's just that I know when we want to build paradise, we better be ready to defend paradise. You know, you guys don't need to agree with me. Please understand what I'm trying to say. Let's build paradise. Let's defend paradise. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I feel you, bro. Blue, you got something to say? You want to jump in?
Yeah, sure. For short, because I know it was pretty much just talking about what he was asking as far as him, what was his plan, what ideas did he have. And me personally, I just, you know, like, I feel like we have to remember that we are on a public platform, and everything is just not necessary to be said, because how else could it be that, you know, that secret that we have, if we're willing to just expose everything.
Right.
And something like that, how we're gonna plan our move, that gracious move that has not happened, you know, just in such a long time yet. That's just something that I wouldn't disclose, but it's possible. You know, I'm very creative. That's one thing about it. And I know it's possible. We just maybe haven't been doing it the right way. And it is difficult when you don't have that many people on the right pages, you know, but thank God for the internet, because now we can talk to people all over. You know, that's the best thing about the age that we're in right now. And just for us to remember that, you know, no one is completely, you know, no one completely knows everything. And we are all still in stages where we are still growing. So don't forget to be open-minded about the conversations that we're having, you know. I'm going to stay open-minded, because that's the only way I can continue to grow. And I know I don't believe you're living in fear at all, Peled. You know, you put yourself to be vulnerable. You let us know you had a white wife, and you know, you speaking about a real life situation that you have to teach your kids when, you know, growing them up. So I don't think that's it in what he was really talking about, but the word choice that you chose was a sentence, just even that little sentence from maybe that space of someone that, you know, thought in fear. You know, you just didn't see it that way because, you know, overall, you're not living in fear. But when you grow and you reach certain parts in your life, is you recognize certain talk and certain words that come from that space, you know. So I see that in a way too, because I feel what he's saying. Like, what is he willing to sacrifice? Some of their lives? Like, hell yeah, we have to look at it as ownership, and like, okay, we got these people over here, we need to get rid of them. You know what I mean? Like that, something in that aspect, not like, oh, I'm gonna go put my life on the line, and willing to risk myself. I mean, yeah, at the end of the day, if we had to, but before we even gonna do that, we gonna risk some of those lives over there. You know what I mean? That's more so militant thinking, you know, to me when I hear him saying that. So just be open-minded. You know, you might not catch it all in the conversation. Like some things you either got to listen to again. But that's what this is for us to continue to grow, and being open-minded towards each other. Because we're not going to go in on each other on ideology, because at the end, like, you know, we just all was brought up differently. And I like being able to have an older person, and then, like you said, your parents were even older, you know. So that's what I see in here. I just hear, you know, Black Panther type of energy from you, and I appreciate it, you know. And he's still growing, you know. There's not too many people older people especially taking the time and effort to chat and chime in with the younger generations. We're not getting paid for this. You know what I mean? So it's like we really this is us giving back to our people and really showing care. So if there is any, you know, real people that's listening, not just the sayers but the doers, like, we're talking to you. You know. And that's the goal, is to get us together so we can network and build. And I'll pass the mic.
Yeah, I agree with everything Blue said. And Bakari and Blue, I know we've been on here for a minute. I'm not even tired yet. So y'all let me know, because I'm gonna stay on till y'all leave. So y'all let me know.
Hey, Procas,
right.
Do you mind if I say something real quick? I gotta go. Is that okay?
Yeah, go ahead real quick. Yeah, go ahead real quick. Yeah.
Hey, I just want to say I appreciate you guys. I appreciate talking to you guys, and you know, I know it's not a sprint, it's a marathon, but I think, you know, the time to act is now, and I love you guys' energy, and I believe, you know, the respect, and I'm learning, and I am, like I said, I am a very sensitive person. But at the same time, I need to learn how to toughen up some. And at the end of the day, I have nothing but respect and love, you know, for you guys, and for all my people globally. And I know that to me, I just, you know, I'm sad sometimes about my people, and it's just, you know, like I said though, there's just like so many things to unpack. But at the end of the day, um, you know, I love, like, I don't have anything against anyone. I'm gonna say two things, and you know, is that I will never forget, I will never forgive what my people went through, the murdering and the rape. I will never forgive that. And the end of this story, I will never forgive anybody for that. Okay. And to me, that's unforgivable. That is unforgivable. I'm angry. I'm upset about that. I just want to make myself clear. Okay. That's unforgivable. Okay. That sin can never, you know, that can never be. I mean, so yeah. So to me, um, yes, I'm bitter about that. I'm angry about that, and it still can continue going on. And but I look at my people, how amazing we are, how loving we are, how more welcoming we are. And then I agree with Brother Bakari that I think the word racist has been like diluted. Oh, you're a racist. No, you know, like he says, like, you know, Black people need to be more racist. You know what I'm saying though? So we can, you know, get the respect that we need. And I'm just paraphrasing Brother Bakari. I'm not, you know, trying to word you word for word, but I just appreciate you guys. And you guys take care. I'm just gonna call my cousin. He just called me from Chicago. So you guys take care. Like I said though, I'll try to hop on as much as I can. Sometimes I'll probably like come back on and like listen to the replay, not like, you know, I'll just listen to the final replay. You guys take care, okay? Thank you so much.
Pallid, I want you to know when we was talking, it ain't nothing but love, man. I wasn't trying to debate you or argue with you or anything. I'm real passionate about that subject. I just want to let you know that I wouldn't. If it seemed like I was trying to be disrespectful towards you, I was not trying to be disrespectful towards you. All right?
Yeah, Pallid. Yeah, it's all love, bro.
Yeah, no problem, man. you know, I told you, man. Like, I agree with some of you stuff you say, man. Like, I'm telling you, man. I have to be real with myself. I'm a very sensitive person, but I'm very harsh at the same time. I listened to you, brother. Like what you said about the Coons and stuff, like the people. Like honestly, like the Candace Owens. Like Cynthia G, I used to listen to her, man. Like, I think she had to change her talking points. She have to throw the Black men under the bus now. She has to blast. She doesn't believe what she's saying, man. But you know what I mean? So I understand what you're saying, my brother, about like the people who's like hurting our people, like on televisions, who's like bashing people and stuff like that. I seriously though, man, I couldn't agree with you more, my brother. I'm serious. I'm dead on. So, Focus, man.
Hey,
Thank you, my brother.
You ain't gotta agree with them, man. You can agree with me, bro. It's all good.
No, I agree. No, listen, I agree with you, Focus. You, like I said though, you might not. You're the most person I agree with, man. You know, but thank you guys.
Tell your cousin hi and invite him on if he can, so anytime.
You know what? I can try to do that, but some of our talking points might be a little crazy for him. He's a pastor.
It's okay.
And he knows I don't do church anymore. You know, I don't. And
it's okay.
So, yeah, but I will do that.
All right, Pallid.
Have a good night.
Well, thank you guys. You guys take care. Bye bye.
All right, yo, and like I said, yo, what's going on, Raw? I appreciate y'all. And like I said, you know, because Bakari and Blue, you know, y'all my peoples, and I know everybody will disagree with me with what I'm saying, and I still agree with what I'm saying, like, you know what I'm saying, even if I'm by myself. But yo, like the last question, I'm like, well, you know, the one more question I want to ask y'all about the whole Coon thing, right? Y'all remember in the 90s, when Biden passed that crime bill, right? And all the Black people was like shooting and killing each other. So, like, who was the actual coon? Was it the Black people killing each other, or was it the Black people pushing for the crime bill to be passed? And Blue, I know you said it's not a third category, but like, do you also think?
No, I've been saying there's a third category.
Oh, okay, my bad. Well, I'm saying because my goal is to be like the person to create the programs to change those youth so they wouldn't be killing each other, because that's our warrior class and they in prison now. You know, that's all I'm saying as far as like. But who would be the coons then? You know what I'm saying? Which group? Or everybody coons?
Well, that's the thing though, Corey, because I'm still confused about what was actually different from what you were saying. Like, I am still confused because it sounds like we was all saying the same thing, but then you're making it clear that we were saying something different. So
No.
that's what I'm still confused about.
Oh, well, the only thing I was saying that because y'all keep saying I'm trying to save the coons, but that's not my goal. That's not what I'm trying to do. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. Like, I think y'all think that I'm trying to save them or something. I'm not. I listen to everything, everybody, the hater. Like, hey, Blue, could you mute real quick?
Oh yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah, you good. But yeah, I'm not the only thing, because I think y'all think I'm trying to like save somebody, and like, you know, I don't think that I should not let somebody on my platform, you know what I'm saying? Like Blue, like you think that it was distracting or like I didn't do a good job, and I understand that, you know what I'm saying? I got to take the feedback.
Not what I said.
Oh, well, I mean, you was like, it could have been handled better, you know what I'm saying, when the dude came on, but like, I think that it was good. I think that was a good conversation. You know what I'm saying? That's all I was saying.
So, you know, that's not exactly what I said, because at the end of the day, I was in agreement with him coming on, you know what I mean? But to see the way it, or hear the way it ended, I'm wondering how it got there. And when I think about, you know, when I was on and how most interview platforms.
Hold on. I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you. You talking about Ryan Jordan?
Yeah, that's what you was talking about, right?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. When you think about how most interview platforms go as well, when you have someone that's just opposite of what you think for the most part in the mission, how he identifies, which is the basis of, you know, the confusion. It's more of a controlled conversation, you know what I mean? Like the interviewer asks those specific questions, especially if you want at the end for it to be a productive conversation, you know? And that just took me putting some more thought into what was happening, what was being done. And then there's always trial and error, you know. Right. If you're not doing that in the past and now doing it, hey, take it as some advice, you know what I mean? Not to actually say, I never said it was done completely wrong, because I said I agreed with part of it, but maybe this is what could have been done differently for it to end the way it did, for him to say, okay, I'm not coming back on. You know, that was my only point. But hold on. I think at the end, I think you're still confused about what I'm saying, because, you know, at the end of the day, the purposes of us doing this is to try to better our people, is to try to catch the viewers and listeners into thinking differently in how they raise their kids, because that's what's going to help, you know, and whether it is a program that gets created to directly speak to this, that's my purpose. That's my goal at the end of the day. So if you're saying anything different than that, I definitely feel like we all saying the same thing. So I'm still confused about what was so different, or what we just didn't agree on.
Well, with the dude Ryan Jordan, well, he didn't leave because of, like, I don't think so, because of me and Bakari. He said he wanted to leave this whole thing, not just what we're doing, you know what I'm saying, not just us, but he wanted to leave the whole pro-black thing, you know what I'm saying. He wanted to focus on his rap career. That's what he was saying. But like what I was saying, because like you don't think him and Bakari? I think him and Bakari had a good conversation, but you like it could have been done better. That's the only thing I was saying. But as far as like the only thing I don't agree on is like I'm not trying to save them, and like I think y'all think I'm trying to save them. That was the only thing I said. Y'all don't.
Oh, okay. Because if that's it, I think we're focusing on the word save them. Honestly, it's more so putting the energy into trying to put them on a platform to understand them better, when at the end of the day it's like it's no different from the next person that's mentally ill, you know. And that's what I was pointing out, is like, okay, they just put another name on it, but he's still mentally ill. it doesn't take taking the efforts and energy to say, okay, now I figured out it's because he got him growing up, he, raised by his mom, maybe he didn't like that, the way he was raised, and that's where his mental issue came from. At the end of the day, we noticed that he's got something going on.
Yeah, I feel what you're saying. Like I feel what you're saying. Bakar, you want to jump in?
Yeah, I agree with what Blue said. He has something going on, and even though it could have been handled better, I asked him, and I continue to ask, why do these people like to come around? I think they come around to create confusion. Even that's what Ross said about Ryan Jordan. He liked to be here because he want to create confusion on what we're doing and what we're talking about. Because according to him, he's the smartest person in the world. So he ain't gonna change who he is. But yes, it could have been handled better. Now I take that.
And he was getting attention.
Huh?
I said, and he was getting some attention. He was getting exposure.
Yeah, that's what he want.
Yeah, well, I'm blacklisted. I ain't gonna get that much exposure. But okay, if I could have handled it better, just what is it called? Like suggestions. Like how could I have handled it better for like both of y'all?
I already said it.
Okay, Bakari.
Well, I took that to handle better. I took that a little back, because what I told you. See, I ain't even think we were rough enough on it. That's how I see it. That's me. You called him brother. You was respectful. I told him he never reached the brother status with me. So I'm trying to figure out. I don't know.
Yeah. So you don't think you think he was a brother?
Oh hell no.
A black man. A black man. I'm sorry.
No, he multiracial.
Okay, Blue. You think he was a black man? I don't think Blue seen.
I mean, if I was if I was just to make my own conclusion, yes, he is. But he's specifically asking to be recognized as something else. You know what I mean? So there's no sense in wasting any more breath into that particular sentence about him and how he identifies. There's no getting him right then and there. That shit is something that he's gonna have to learn on his own, and that's just that.
Yeah, I agree with y'all.
We know he black,
Right, but don't you think
talking about when I seen him? Did I think he was black? Oh yeah, when I saw him, I thought he was black.
He would be a black man, right?
I thought he was black.
He is black. But Ross said he took over the conversation. It was all about him. And yeah, he did do that, you know what I'm saying? And I understand what like I said, I understand what y'all saying, right? Yeah, my bad. But yeah, I understand what y'all saying, but like the whole point, like for number one, like when he first came on, like we just thought he was a young smart brother, you know what I'm saying, who was talking until he started saying that, you know what I'm saying, if I was black, I would have got pulled over stuff. And that's the truth. If he was black, he would have got, or if he would have got pulled over, he would have got treated like a black man, just like everybody else, you know what I'm saying? And that's what I'm saying. That's why I was like asking y'all about like the whole George Floyd thing. If y'all seen George Floyd but knew he was a coon, y'all would just walk past like while the police choking him out. Like, that's all I'm saying.
Oh,
like,
I didn't get to answer that question.
I know, yeah, I know. Pelez was still on, and it went to somewhere else. But that was
that's right.
Yeah, you can answer if you want to. You don't have to though.
Yeah, because I wanted to speak a little bit more on that because I still feel like there's a confusion right there. Because we all is on for, excuse me, we all for Black people, right? But it's like there's so many different scenarios I could play for you and that I've been in myself personally. But on this one in specific, I'm gonna generalize it. I'm just never gonna put myself in any sort of harm or danger for someone that I know, and is blatantly, consistently, publicly, a coon, or just one of those people that avoids and try to, hang with, it sound like that goes super hard to try not to be themselves. Those are the people that I'm not going to risk my life or put myself in danger for those people. So an example, right? Let's say you work with somebody and they wind up getting in some sort of trouble, but like I said, you don't talk to them at all. They barely speak to you, and something happened to them one day, and you the only person around, and they were like, "Hey, could you take this gun for me real quick, please? The police downstairs waiting for me. I gotta go, and I don't want to get caught with this on me." Are you gonna take this man's gun? And you at work, say your work got metal detectors, because my job do. You gonna take this man's gun?
You said, am I?
Yeah.
If I'm gonna get caught, no. But like, I know, and Blue, like if somebody came up and you could do that, like, I mean, people in the hood do that all the time. Like, if somebody could,
We're not talking about the hood though. This is a specific scenario where you gotta
like
risk.
Go ahead, my bad. I'm sorry.
Would you do it?
Well, you got to take a risk. No, I wouldn't do that. But would you? But okay, so if a person had a gun and he was like he probably shot a black person or something like that, would you? But you wouldn't. You could hide the gun and you'd be good. Would you do that?
No, I wouldn't, because unfortunately, if that's what it took for him to learn his lesson, then that's just what it's gonna take. You know what I mean? If I could help, but I'm not sticking my neck out. No, I'm not doing none of that extra stuff. I'm not. And that's just that. If a person, just like I told you about my fucking next door neighbor, black man, don't ever speak to me. Been living next to him for 2.5 years. And I speak to people. Like, that's just me. And I can't even have a hi, how you doing from this man.
Right.
You know what I mean? And I'm never gonna have that. What's the word I'm looking for? I can't think of the word I'm looking for. But I'm not going to go out of my way at that point for that person, and that's what I'm saying.
Right.
Once you and that's a consistent, constantly, publicly, like doing all of that. Oh, you got to learn your lesson on your own. I can't help you.
All right, but let me add something to that though, right? Now, if a black child is watching you, not necessarily with the gun thing, you know what I'm saying? Because we don't want to put a kid in that whole scenario. But like, say it's like a black child listening to you have a conversation. Because like I said, I'm not trying to save them. I have these conversations so younger generations will see the kind of mindset that's out here so that they can have more knowledge, you know what I'm saying? Because
I agree with that too. I'm not saying I disagree with that. I'm speaking specific. Mm-hmm. None of the examples we just did was about a child. And I'm telling you about, so if you want to go to that example, if a child was right there listening in the conversation, I'm going to speak to that child in specific. And that's all that would be about. And it probably wouldn't even ever get there if a child is around. You know what I mean? Because at the end of the day, if I know myself, so if I know that this is this person, I'm putting myself in a situation, I'm going the other way. I'm not even going to expose the child to that.
No, well, I think that the child should, like I said, I was trying to separate it from like some gun stuff.
Okay, let me ask you a question.
All right, go ahead.
If you saw somebody beating, if you saw what happened to George Floyd happened to Tommy Sotomayor, would you happen?
I kicked the cop in the face.
That's your fault.
I feel like honestly that you need to actually experience one of those situations, because there's a lot of things people say and they talk, but when they actually in that situation, they is not completely the same person
Yo,
that they
I agree,
say, oh,
but
I would do this,
I
and they
agree,
don't do that shit.
and look where we at right now, because ain't nobody gonna do shit. You know what I'm saying?
Talk is different from action.
I know. And the whole point is to take action, though. You know what I'm saying? Like, but like in his example, like, so hold on.
So
So are
get
y'all
some
telling me?
videos out on YouTube then of you doing something like that.
Well, I've never come across a George Floyd situation where I had to do that. But hold on, Blue. Are you
Really?
trying to say that? Are you trying to say that you wouldn't do nothing if you seen a black person getting injustice and like something like that? If a cop was doing
No,
something, you wouldn't do
I've
nothing?
always been curious and wanted to ride over and record. Like, that's something that I would definitely do. But if it's like multiple cop cars and shit and I can't protect myself, then unfortunately, and I don't have, that's why I feel like we should have some sort of like local like group where if something like that is going on, we can easily hit up the chat and be like, yo, da 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 is on this street. Is anybody able to make it? So that way it's at least like 3 people that's there for witness purpose and able to record to see what's going on to help this person out when they get in the courtroom. Like, that
And
is something I feel that's necessary, because how are we going to catch these things while they're happening
how has that
before they
worked
get
out
into the courts?
and how has that worked out with us catching it on the camera?
What you mean, how has it worked out?
Has it worked out in our favor? Is it helping us for us to just stand there and record?
Well, to be a witness, yeah.
Okay.
Witnesses testifying, that's how they get a lot of their cases with snitches. What you mean?
I'm talking about a lot of cops is not getting locked up though.
That's how the George Floyd case was exposed. What are you talking about?
And what happened to the cop? What was the sentence?
It was still it may not have what we want to have happened, may not have happened, but something happened. You know, so let's acknowledge that. And the help was from that video of the woman recording.
Right. Now,
How can you deny that?
No, now if it's a coon now, like, because this was the question, because he asked me to do Tommy is because he's a coon, you know what I'm saying? Now, would you keep going or would you record it? Or like, I know you. Like
I don't know. I didn't see Tommy's video.
Well, I'm just saying anybody who's like who you would call a coon, you know what I'm saying? Or like, because I don't even like saying the word coon, but anybody, would you keep it moving or like, oh, they got what they deserved, or would you record it?
Well, for one, we already talked about the got what you deserve. So
you will record it?
No, for the most part, no. You know, most of the time I'm by myself, so I'm not going to stop and record. If I had somebody with me, yeah, you know what I mean? I stop and record it.
So
and make sure nothing bad, you know, or not supposed to happen go down.
So if you seen,
but not by myself.
So if you seen a black man or woman getting beat up or choked out by the police, you wouldn't even stop the recording unless somebody with you.
Right.
Okay, Bakari.
Would I stop? You asking me for anybody or Tommy Sotomayor?
Tommy Sotomayor.
No, I would not. I might stop and watch, and I would laugh my ass off. If you want to know,
I've already had my run-ins and stuff, and I'm not. Those people don't play fair, you know. So unless you got some people to back you up, and they got a female that they're gonna try to take advantage of, I'm not putting myself in that position where I can't protect myself. And I don't see how you could say you ain't never rolled past and seen that in Richmond.
I've never seen
ain't
nobody
never been able to do nothing
out by the police. I've never seen nobody.
It may not be choked out, but you definitely seen multiple cop cars next to a vehicle.
Right, and yeah, I have pulled out, stopped, but they never like violated them or nothing like that. That's what I'm saying. Like I've never seen nobody get violated. You know what I'm saying?
Oh well, you just never told me because we talk a lot, and you never mentioned that. So my bad.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I ain't record, but you know, we pulled over and watched. You know, like, don't you pull over and stuff?
No, I just told you.
Right.
I'd be wanting to, and I said it, I think, a couple times on the phone with you while riding and seeing that shit. And like, damn, I wish I could pull over. They got mad cars behind this car. That don't look right. You know what I mean? But not by myself.
But maybe if we start doing that kind of stuff, it would happen less and less. Don't you think?
I agree. And like I said, I feel like it should happen or we should have some sort of grouping or group chat where we can put that in there and say, hey, whoever's available, can anybody come here and meet me? I see this going on. That is what I suggest.
Right, but only if he meets the criteria. Like he's not a coon.
How would we know that? No, I'm not saying that. No. Mm-mm. At that point, we don't know. How would we know this person is a coon? See, you getting it confused. I'm not saying that, oh, no, you are, because you say, oh, if he's not a coon. Because I didn't say that.
I know. I'm not talking just to you, though. Go ahead.
So why throw it in there?
Bakari, you got something to say, bro?
Well, I was responding to, me asking about a known coon. Somebody that we know.
Right.
And why would I go and stand up for someone who said he can't wait on his channel and use the N-word? I can't wait till the police kill all y'all. Why would I be willing to risk my life for somebody like that?
Because you're gonna be next. That's why you could be next. Your child could be next.
Me risking my life for him. They after me. Look, okay. So we talking about me. You said I'm gonna be next. I'm gonna show you something. I've been investigated by 3 different county police. For some I ain't do. Some because I stood up in a damn city council meeting, county meeting. Ain't none of them coons. Matter of fact, all the coons got away from me. It's people here that I know, that I see at least a couple times a week. I won't stand up for because I saw how they did me. So no, forecast. I'm telling you something. Don't kill yourself out here being concerned about people that's not concerned about you, regardless of their race. Them getting Tommy or somebody like Tommy have nothing to do because they after us anyway. So them getting Tommy, they ain't removing people like him to get to me and you. He just happened to be there so they could get him.
That's
Man,
my
don't
point.
hurt yourself.
It happened to be anyway.
About people. So, see, that's what happened to us in war, forecast. We willing to fight for people that want to see us dead. You willing to say you would put your life on the line for somebody like Thomas Sotomayor who hate black folks just because he's black?
You
can't save everybody.
Well, I'm not see, y'all keep saying I'm trying to save everybody. I'm not trying to save everybody. I'm talking about.
But if you're saying every black person that's in trouble, help them, that's what you're saying.
All right, listen. Let me ask y'all this: do you think that a traitor to America, if they get in trouble in North Korea, is North Korea gonna let that person get it? Korea charge them, or are they gonna bring them back to America? You don't let other people punish your people.
Can I answer that question?
Yeah,
I was stationed in the Republic of South Korea, Tongdachong, in 1993. I made it there October 25th, 1993. I came back to the United States October 26, 1994. And yes, when that white boy killed this Korean prostitute that he fell in love with and tried to get back to the military installation, them Koreans caught his ass, cuffed him, took him to jail, and he's there for the rest of his life. And there was nothing the United States could do. There was nothing.
And I heard what you just said. He was like, don't let another person punish your own people. I agree with you on that. And I feel like we're saying some of the same thing. I just think looking at it in different parts. So like that's kind of fighting backwards when some people like you just ain't gonna be able to have everybody on point to pull over and do this and that when they see this happening. But if we start working on other things like building us up so we ain't got to be on the streets, or get educating our males so they ain't got to be in the streets getting pulled over like that, or in the streets period, getting shot up and all of that. If we focus more so on that we can have time to do those things and rally people to do those type things. Or if we had our own military system, we'd be able to punish our own people. But we're not completely there yet, you know? So that the energy being focused on that in specific is working kind of backwards. If we had it like that, hell yeah, but we just not there yet. We need to get those people off the streets first.
So, Forecast, I'm gonna tell you something, man. You my young brother, and I love you like I love you.
Yeah, and I love y'all too, man.
You must understand. That's why I use that person specifically, because I know you have heard how he spoke about black people. So, how someone who feels that way about black people, how is he your people? Who say he be glad when the police kill you? That's the words came out his mouth. He'll be glad when they kill me and you. So explain how he's your people, and why would you put your life on the line for somebody who want to see the police kill us?
Well, like I said, I'm about building a system. Y'all keep talking about saving individuals. I never said save an individual person. I keep saying over and over, it's not about saving an individual person. I'm talking about building a system. Now, if I seen Tommy on the street getting harassed by the police, I would do something. Whether I kick him in the face or whether I record, I'm not just gonna keep walking. And it don't matter about his past. Like, yo, when Cynthia G did a report, like, now this a black man, he was married to a black woman. He disrespected black women, but talked up black men, and they was over there laughing about him. You know what I'm saying? Like, do you agree with that, Bakari? I mean, I don't agree with that, you know. But
you know what? I don't. Well, you know, I don't know that situation, but I can tell you about Cynthia G. I wouldn't care. Look,
yeah,
man, I don't care about people that don't care about me, man, at all. I'm just being honest. We got to get to the point. Okay, we got to get to the point. Because if we gonna build something, see the forecast the way you talking right now, you're almost willing to let the people who don't care about you at all come be a part of what we are trying to build, because they look like us. So they are going to be the ones that sabotage. I understand your feelings. I've been there. But I learned to let that go.
Yeah, I understand what y'all saying, but like, yo, what I'm trying to tell y'all is what I'm like, what we're building, what I'm building, what I know that I could do. A coon cannot infiltrate a certain thing. You know what I'm saying? They can come into meetings and all of this stuff, Bakari, but a coon cannot stop you from building your company. Like, you know, that's no different from saying, like, well, I ain't gonna say that, but yo, like, a coon cannot stop you from supporting each other, from building economically. We keep looking for the sky to crack, like something is just gonna happen overnight. You're not going to get rid of the coons except for generationally. That's what I'm talking about. The younger generations have to hear the mindsets that's out here, so they're not finding out about it when they get older later and then having that toxic experience. They need to be seeing that, and then they need to see somebody like Bakari challenging the young brother. I'm sorry, I keep calling him brother, but I don't mean to do that. But yo, somebody need to see somebody like Bakari challenging Ryan Silly, you know what I'm saying, and his points. Somebody need to see somebody coming up against that, you know what I'm saying, because the only thing that we see is the negative stuff. Like, when you look on here, all you see is the black people arguing. When you and the other dude, I'm gonna say his name, Hard Cole, like, when y'all had y'all thing and you tried to reach out to him, I'm not telling you, oh man, go beg him, go jump on this channel to have a good conversation. You did what you were supposed to do, and if you don't want to do that, that's fine. But only reason why I was pushing that was have another an example for young people to see black men talking with each other, working out their differences. Now, is we gonna get everybody to do that? No, I'm not gonna sit there and beg him to come and talk to you. But I think what you did was like some grown man stuff, you know what I'm saying? Which was try to put aside your differences. And if the person not wanting to do that, then I want to do that. Like, y'all think I'm trying to like lasso these people back in. No, I use them as in their story as an example of the truth, you know what I'm saying, of like what happens, you know what I'm saying? Like, I show young children it's not to save the person who's there already, you know what I'm saying? It's not because I always tell you, I'm not trying to change nobody's ideology. I don't debate nobody about their religious beliefs, none of that kind of stuff, their ideologies or none of that. But I do show their ideologies, and I do show counter arguments to that, because I think it needs to be a counter argument. If y'all just
and I agree. That's why I think you're missing it. I'm telling you, I agree. The only thing I pointed out was with having a more controlled conversation. That's all.
Yeah. We I mean, and we don't disagree. It's just, I think this is a good conversation. That's why I've been on here for so long, and I appreciate y'all for talking to me. But and I know y'all disagree with me, and I'm still gonna say that I'm not as hard on the phone.
I just said I agree, and then you said I know y'all disagree with me. What are you talking about?
No, I'm saying I know y'all disagree when I say I'm not as hard on the coon. That's what I was saying. Like, I know y'all don't like when I say that, and y'all don't think that, and I should be harder on them. But that's not.
No, I think you are harder on them.
Yeah, you were saying that. Like, what you mean?
Because we don't put energy into it. So how is that being hard on them?
Well, I'm not talking about me and you and Bakari and nothing, but like when you look at the channels, the people, like all you see is them dissing other black people.
Right.
Is that a coon? Should you be away from them? Should you kill them? Should you not stand up for them? Like Bakari, like one of your homies, like, yo, I could say every video that he has on his channel, I would label him a coon, but that's your homie. Should I stand up for him or should I just walk away? You know what I'm saying? This started to be a slippery slope. I tell y'all all the time.
Okay, so let me show you how I feel about that.
Uh-huh.
If he has said something you don't agree, just because he's my homie, that don't mean you would have to stand up. If he's my homie and he's still my homie, then I stand up. But no, you go your own way. You shouldn't.
Yeah, I don't mean it that way too. Yeah.
Because we see stuff, because we would see it differently. You understand? I would see it because, let's say we've been knowing each other a while and we done looked out. You understand what I'm saying? But you ain't been knowing them like that. And what you know about that person is a coon or is no good and don't care about black people. So you go the other way. And I would understand why you go the other way. Matter of fact, I would suggest you go the other way. And I'm being honest. I would.
But Bakari, that would be like me saying you shouldn't have them on their channel because they cause confusion all the time because they're coons. You know what I'm saying? But you don't see it that way. You know what I mean? But
yes, I do.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying. Like yo, because it's other people. Like I said, like it's people out here that I would call a coon. You know what I'm saying? That I don't talk to or that I wouldn't follow. You know what I'm saying? And I know Blue wanted me to go harder. You know what I'm saying? But I didn't do that.
No. See, that's where you misunderstand me. Again, you think when I say to be going hard is with confrontation, and that's not it. There's a way to deliver without confrontation and being respectful, but demanding respect. And there's nothing wrong with that. It's nothing wrong with speaking on something that you felt or feel might have been disrespectful, but in a friendly, peer manner. It's okay. It's not about confrontation. Like, I'm never about arguing. I don't argue with people. If any, it's a debate.
Yeah, but I'm not. Well, in that particular case, you know what I'm saying? Like, it would have ended up that way because it wasn't even about me or anything. And I know that, and I don't even take it personal. But
how would it end up like that if it takes two to argue and you're not arguing?
But that's what I'm saying. That's why, I let that go. But, anyway.
So let me explain something, right? Everything we're talking about, right? And I'll tell everybody I love black people. But it's certain ones, even though I love them, you got to let them go. Like, they're in the boat with everybody else. I don't even think about them. You understand? Because you trying to deal with Ryan. Ryan is 22. If he's willing to listen, or somebody his age is willing to listen, you can teach them if they're willing to listen. Not him per se, I'm just using him. Because his age. Or the girl that says she's alternative black. If they are young and willing to listen and willing to learn, but once they get a certain age and they're out here spewing stuff like these people on these, as they call it, YouTube streets, and everything they're spewing is about the hatred toward black people. Like a woman got mad with me, and you know who I'm talking about, Forecast. Won't stop emailing me. All her emails is just hatred for black people.
Yeah.
All of her emails. Do you think I would run to her rescue? No, because I'm black. She can't, she, whoever can't tell me how they feel about black people in a negative light, then turn around and tell me, oh, but you're different though. Because you know what? I get enough of those arguments. I have to correct too many white people and too many other people when it comes to that.
So Bakari, hey, let me ask you a question real quick, Bakari. So if I be like, yo, that woman, I think she needs help, you know what I'm saying? Like would that be an excuse for her?
I would say she needs some help, but I ain't gonna help her.
Yeah, I understand. But I'm saying
I
like
would say I know that's because she need help. She really need help. And I was in a position, if we could have had a real conversation, where I could have introduced her to some people that could have helped her, therapists and everything, but they don't want that.
Yeah, I agree with that part. Like they gotta want it, and I'm not saying that like that to go like drag them by the neck and take them to like to get help. That's not what I'm saying. But I am saying that as little children that be watching our stuff, that get influenced by the conversations that we have, and they learn stuff by the conversations that we have. And I think that the conversation with the dude Ryan Silly, one point, just 1 point that I think was beneficial because it opens up the avenue of like, since we gonna start talking about this multiracial thing, should we start having rules and regulations beyond interracial dating, because we see what the issue is, and then also like we see like the what happens generationally, you know what I'm saying? What happens like 3 generations later, and it still causes confusion. And I think that was a good lesson for people. I think, you know what I'm saying? That's my opinion. But yeah,
But this is the thing, Forecast, we can keep loving and we can keep teaching. But some of them, I promise you. Let me ask you a question, Forecast. Let's say you're dating this lady and it ends horribly. She just treated you all kind of which way, right? Do you still love that woman?
Yo, and Blue is my witness, because Blue is my witness. Like, I wouldn't say that I love her, but that opened up my eyes to a whole lot of stuff, and I forgive it. And it was an experience that I definitely needed. And I forgive that person because I know that there is a past where she has mental issues that cause all of this stuff. I understand that stuff. Would I ever talk to her again? No. Would I ever date her again? No. Would I defend her? 100%. You know what I'm saying? If I see her getting beat up in the street, 100%. Like, yeah, I would still hold her down. But that's two different. Like, it's.
No, I was just wondering. I was just wondering because even me, man, I'm gonna tell you something. But I ain't. I guess I ain't with all that forgiving, man. I done did all that. I don't even hate them. Even the coons, I don't hate them because I don't think about them enough to hate them.
Right.
And honestly, I don't hate nobody because if I spend too much time on hating, I can't do what I need to do and to try to work with black people. You understand? It's just certain people that and maybe it's because I'm getting somebody. My kids told me I'd be 50 in a couple of weeks. They told me I'm getting old and ornery. And maybe and maybe that's what it is.
Nah, I feel you, Bakari, because like all of y'all, Raw, Erica, Blue, MG2, all of y'all disagree with me. Like, I understand what y'all saying. Like, like I like the only thing, like Blue, what I'm saying, only thing I think that is like the disagreement. I think y'all think that I'm more extreme about it than I am. Like, what I'm tired of is black people saying, "Oh, black people are our biggest problem." I 100% disagree with that. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, wow.
Me too.
Right, I know y'all do, but I'm saying but that's a coon statement to make. But I understand why they make it. But would I not defend somebody for making that statement? No, I would still hold them down when it comes to the enemy. I would still hold my people down when it comes to the enemy.
But I'm gonna tell
I feel you to a certain extent.
It's
to a certain extent, it's a real tricky situation. But to generally put that there, like I'm sticking with all of them and this and that and the third, no. That's dead. They don't. They gonna find that shit out, and I might not be the person to do that. Maybe you are. You know what I mean?
Hey, Blue, you cut out. Bakar, are you there?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Hey, Blue, I don't know what happened. You cut out.
Oh, okay. I don't know what happened either.
Yeah, you good now. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was saying I just can't generalize it and say, okay, I'm gonna stick with all of them no matter what. You know, if there's something in my heart, because I'm very spiritual, if there's something in my heart that touches me about a situation, then yeah, I might look out. I'm definitely not gonna put myself in danger or in harm's way for that person. You know what I mean? I just can't sit there and say that because I can't say that I would live up to that.
But Blue, the thing is, right? I know people like that I met on here, and I would never say that. You already know you my homie, like all day, every day. But I met people on here that be like, "Yo, a black woman who's dated outside of her race, she's a coon. She should not be saved. We should X these kind of women out." And Bakari know who I'm talking about. You know what I'm saying? Now, if I was to accept that, you know what I'm saying, then I would be like, yo, Blue, I can't talk to you. You know what I'm saying? You a coon. But I don't think that at all, 100%. You know what I'm saying?
But you're not supposed to. You still have to be you at the end of the day. And that's why I say I cannot make up something and say, yeah, I'm going to ride with all of them no matter what. That's no. Like that, I can blatantly say that's dead because that's how I feel, you know? And then as far as everybody going to have their own feeling and ideology about anything, that don't mean they're right. You know, just like you can still feel the way you feel and feel like we are talking about two different things. You are literally just saying, even though you said, like, I kind of feel like you contradicting, but you still saying you're gonna be there for all of them no matter what. But you still saying that you're not gonna be able to save everybody. You know what I mean? Like it's kind of contradicting yourself.
Well, listen, because it's like, yo, it's called a system, like, right? Like, not every white.
But that's not what we're talking about right now. We're not talking about the system. We're talking about the act of you wanting to save every coon.
No, but that's what I mean when I talk. And I never said I wanted to save every coon. I never said I wanted to save anybody. So I don't know what you're talking about. I never said that. But anyway, what I'm talking about is like But no, I mean I ain't say that. But like, yo, like what I was talking about.
But you did.
I never said. When did I say I'm gonna save every coon? I said
Yo,
every
you
time.
just said no matter what they do, you gonna stick by them 100%. And then that's what we talking about. Like, we can't save all of them. And you talking about, oh, I'm not talking about I can't save all of them. I'm not talking about that. But you talking about sticking by all of them 100%, no matter what. What are you saying to me?
Because you left out the whole second part of that sentence. I said,
what part was that?
When it comes to the enemy, and you say, yeah, I agree with that part. That's what you said.
You actually just said that recently. The whole other part of the hour we was talking about it, you ain't say that. You just said that.
Yeah, he just asked me that. You know what I'm saying? I just said
But that. You said this what you were saying the whole time.
No, but you listen to what I'm telling you. When I say that, I'm talking about building a system that protects black people no matter where they are on the world, no matter their ideology or none of that kind of stuff. That's what I'm talking about.
Agreed. I agree with you on that, but that's not what you was talking about. You were literally talking about the act of you, whether you jumping out the car to record, you kicking a cop in the face, you backing up the coon 100%, no matter what.
When it comes to
that's what we was talking about, not about the system. We talking about you. You were asking us individual questions.
Right, but every time I said
jump in whenever you want.
But
yeah, I'm listening. So Forecast, let me ask you a question, right?
Right, go ahead.
I remember I got into it with this white boy for calling me the N-word. I whooped his ass, threw his head to the bumper of the car twice, right? To the door, then the bumper, right? So if now when the police came to arrest me, I told them what happened. I ain't going to jail. Right? But anyway, it was about 15, 20 black people out there. All them 15, 20 black people took the white person's side. Yeah, he said the N-word, but he didn't mean it like that. it took an old white woman to come out there, because I used to go to that store and was like, no, he come here all the time. He don't ever cause problems. It's not him. It's not him. Now those 15, 20 people that was threw me under the bus for that white boy, are you saying you would get out and you willing to save those people too? You willing to record or protect those people as well?
You said you said the white people they sold you out?
No, it was the black folks that took the white boy side. The one white woman took my side. I said, are you willing to get out and try to protect those black people as well? Who are okay with a white boy in their mind? It's okay for him to call you the N-word because they're cool with him, and he called him that.
You said, would I protect them?
Yeah.
If they was being pulled over by a cop, being choked on the street, then yes, I would hop out with the camera or kick them in the face or whatever it is you believe I would do.
Even though they just showed you how they don't care what happened to you.
Yeah, because they're being targeted because they are black. I'm not trying to save them.
But I'm talking about even though after they have shown how they feel about you.
Yeah.
The way they did me. You get it with a white boy calling you the N-word, and you beat the white boy ass for calling you the N-word. The police come, and they literally take up for the white person and say, yeah, he said it. He ain't mean it like that. He just wanted to start a fight. I just wanted to start a fight. The white boy didn't mean it like that when he used the N-word. So what you're saying is, you would literally, even after they do that to you, you would still literally get out and go protect them.
Bakari, it's like you said, when you said like when the black woman, right, when she called you, you was like, well, that's what you get, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, I would probably say, that's what you get for cooning. But like you said, when you said if it was physical in that place, you know what I'm saying, you would step up to protect that woman, you know what I'm saying, or that person, or it could be a man too, you know what I'm saying? Then yeah, I would do that when we are in person and they are being targeted. Then yeah, we would do that because that's the issue. And then we wonder why we can't get united, you know what I'm saying? And I understand what y'all saying. I'm not saying go save their ideology. I'm not saying go try to bring them on here to try to change their mindset. But if I see them on the street getting attacked because they're black, guess what? If the more we keep letting them do that, we just gonna keep letting casualties add up.
No, because we agree with you. I just feel like that's fighting backwards. Like you put in energy, we could lose a life. You could lose your life doing some shit like that, and we could use you later on with something else. That's just putting energies in the wrong places. Now, when we get to a certain level, yes, we have to start attacking those situations. Hell yeah, but that's kind of working backwards. We are nowhere right now, and we talking about going out on the street to defend motherfuckers that got guns in their pockets. You know what I mean? You are jumping out to fire at that point, by yourself at that point. So if you was doing a business with another brother and he straight dicked you, he didn't pay nothing he was supposed to pay with the profits y'all made. He stole money from the business. Are you gonna do business with him again?
Am I going?
Or if he come back to you and be like, look, I made a deal. You want to get on this deal with me? You gonna go and do the deal with him after he showed you his true colors?
Well, Blue, that's like doing a deal with somebody is different from watching them get beat up by the police. Would I do a deal with them again? No. But
it's the act of you going. No, I'm looking at the act of somebody burning you, and then you saying, okay, I'm gonna still go ahead and give it another try. That's what I'm looking at, not the act, somebody being choked out right about now.
Well, that's what I'm talking about, because I never said, if a coon, you should go save them. I keep trying to say that over and over.
Because it's kind of the same thing.
Right. But it's not, because somebody not doing business with somebody is different from you not letting them get choked out.
No, I mean, it's the act of, like he said, dudes calling you, disrespecting you, showing you his ass, and then now you see him later on getting choked by the police, you're going to save him. So forget the fact of what's happening. Let's look at what you're doing.
Okay,
So
so basically
you got
y'all saying,
burnt.
my bad. Go ahead.
Yeah. No, because
Okay.
I'm just re-saying it again.
So basically y'all saying we should only protect some black people if we know they checked out and we know they're not cool. So we should only
No, because at the end, I want that same thing that you want at the end. Like that is the end, a part of the end goal. So I'm not saying, hey, we will never do that. No. I'm saying we're putting the energies in the wrong places, and that's what has been happening years over years. Focusing on the everybody thing, knowing damn well we're not going to get everybody to participate. So let's build something first. Let's get that protection, and yeah, we can use that protection to fight battles like that.
But Blue, what don't? But like the question. Okay, yeah, go ahead, Bakari.
What you literally said when I mentioned the Thomas Sotomayor character, you literally said you would get out and you would do something to save him, even after he said he want to see police kill you. Why do you want to save somebody who want to see you dead? Why are you willing to risk your life for somebody who wants to see you dead?
Like I don't think like do y'all like listen, I'm telling y'all this because right, they doing it. They're doing it.
But now, but what you getting ready to do now? You getting ready to say you don't think they mean it?
No, I'm not gonna say that. No, I won't say that.
They targeting him because he black. So what? That same black person said he hoped the police kill you.
Okay, so what if that same cop who, if we would have did something then, turn around and come back on the street and kill you? But we just
that's what they've been doing.
Parker, you know what I'm saying? Like, oh, I let that person go, and now he came back and killed my grandfather. You know what I'm saying? Like.
So you rather, let's say it played out the way you say it's gonna play out. You kick the cop in the face and he shoots you. Now what? Now what?
For the person who wanted to see you dead anyway.
Hey, what it is. I mean, like Bakari was just gave a speech about.
That's fighting backwards, man.
Listen. Because Bakari just gave a speech about being scared to pillage and stuff like that. But I mean, if that's what y'all saying,
talking about scared now, forecast that wouldn't be scared. Why do you want to save? Why do you want to protect somebody who want to see you dead?
All right, Blue. Let me ask you this, Blue. Listen, let me ask you this, Blue. Right, because I just said, like, yo, that same cop that killed him, we walked past, like, okay, he's a coon, we don't care. Now that same cop's still on the beat, right? Now that cop is coming to pull you over because you black in that same area, and now you're dead. Now should we like?
Well, no, because the situation is gonna play like it's supposed to. If that cop was doing something wrong, it's going to get pointed out with the information that we have, and if that person came from a loving background and family, which hopefully he did, then they're gonna fight for that, and that's gonna play out the way it's supposed to play out. I'm not disagreeing with you 100%. I am only saying, like, in that the way you thinking, yes, but when we get there, like, we're not there yet. Just to start throwing people out there and say, hey, go do this, and losing a lot of lives on unnecessary when we could have it done in a more strategic manner, but just promoting that people jump out their cars to go fight and protect somebody on their own. No, hey, Blue, that's not the route to take.
Let me ask you this, Blue. Like your example.
I went to the extreme for you, forecast. Right. I used somebody who said he want to see the police kill black people.
Okay, Bakari. Oh, my bad.
And you said what you said, forecast. The same person who want to see the police kill you, you said you would still try to figure out a way to protect him from the police. I went to the extreme using him.
Bakari,
that's why I said someone you know who's a coon.
So Bakari, okay, so they killed this coon because he's black. We don't care. So you don't care if that cop's still on the joint harassing black people?
I ain't for sure they killed him because he black. They killed him because he deserved. Somebody who say they want to see the police kill me, he was killed because he deserved to die.
So they ask our ideologies when they pull us over, or they just pull us over?
I don't know what they ask him, but he deserved to die.
So now
Some
that same
people,
cop,
some people put themselves in their own situations. You know what I mean? Some people got to learn certain things their way. It's you can't save everybody,
Blue, you
and
keep
that's
saying
just
save
that.
everybody. Blue, let me ask you this, because you was like talking about like the business thing, right? Now, like say you had, and this is another example. This is a different example, Blue. Now, say you had a boyfriend who did you super dirty, super wrong, right? But then you seen like a bunch of people ready to jump him and beat him up. Would you try to help him, or would you just be like, oh, that's what you get? Just get your ass whooped. That is, it is what it is.
Honestly, um, that could go a couple different ways. Now, I'm not going to put my neck out there to save him. No, because I know I'm a great-hearted person. And for somebody to do me dirty and it end dirty, like I ain't had a relationship that ended dirty yet, but for it to end dirty, that person had to be a cruel person. And that is something that they deserved. No, I'm not going to stick my neck out for that shit.
All
No,
right.
if I seen motherfuckers walking up on him, I would give him heads like, yo, those people about to come at you. That's all I would do. That's
All right.
it.
All right. So what y'all
I'm not
saying is,
calling the police. No, that's his battle.
I feel what you're saying. I feel what y'all saying. And like Blue keeps saying, we don't disagree 100% either. But it's a good conversation. But like so basically, like right. So if a cop kill another person, like say a cop killed somebody, right? Everybody mad, everybody protesting and shit, right? Now this cop then killed somebody else before, but he was cool, right? But now we're not gonna protest and try to get this cop off of the stuff because he was profiling. You know
I
what I'm
don't
saying?
even think we would ever do that because the people wouldn't even know that to that extent.
What you mean?
That scenario wouldn't happen.
No, it happened a whole lot of times. Like, most of the stories I do, the cop already had a body and like a whole bunch of racist incidents. You know what I'm saying? And
But
some
see,
of them
like I would never know that personally that, okay, the black person that he killed was a coon. I'm just going off of what other people say. Like, why would I do that?
right. Well, the people online and stuff that like
Yeah, I would never go by off completely what
Yeah.
they say. No,
Right,
to
yeah,
make that judgment. Hell no.
I do need an explanation for this forecast. Explain to me why somebody who has said he want to see the police kill you. Explain why you would risk your life for him.
Well, Corey, I'm telling you right now, if this cop, if he got killed in the streets or whatever because he was doing whatever, I'm not gonna be like, yo, no, let's not do it. Okay, whatever. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. You got into what you got into. Now, if a cop pulls this guy over because he's black and he kills him, now let's say we all like, okay, we agree, he's a coon, he got what he deserved. Now, like I said before, this cop is still on the beat. Now he pulled you over, Bakari, and he killed you. Now we could have stopped this cop. We could have did something about it. But
You put in a scenario that's very slim, though.
But
A
it's
very
not
slim
slim.
scenario.
If you go back and listen
It
to my
really is.
videos, you will see how much cops already have a past. How many cops have killed somebody before? How many cops have had racist incidents and people let it slide because they was
I
doing
could believe that. But
I'm
the
saying
chances of that happening to Bakari or me is going to be
y'all should
slim.
go back and watch our videos because that happens all the time. Like, you think a cop is just going to profile one person and then not profile nobody else?
I also believe that sometimes people do things to get pulled over. I don't solely believe that it's completely on that, even though we know racist plays a part once they are pulled over. But I've gotten pulled over plenty of times for speeding. You know what I mean?
But I'm not saying nobody
My
should pull a
brother
cop
has
for
gotten pulled
speeding.
over for speeding, and other things happen because of situations we put ourselves in.
But I'm not saying.
Where's the
that.
accountability part? There has to be accountability as well because everybody has to start getting better, being better people in this world if we want to grow as a people.
But I'm
that
not.
has to be acknowledged. We don't even talk about that.
But I didn't say I would I would do something to a cop because they pulled somebody from speeding. We're talking about we watching somebody like George Floyd get choked out for no reason. Like, I'm not saying that he just pulled you over. Let's all go stand there. And I do think black people should at least pull over to make sure the person is all right. You know what I'm saying? But like, I'm not saying that, oh, you just getting a speeding ticket, so let's all go protest. That's not what I said. I'm talking about, like, this person then killed a person before. Now he's profiling, sitting there choking somebody, killing another person. But okay, he killed two coons. Okay, now he pulled over another coon, and let's let that go. But this time he pulled me over. You know what I'm saying? And now I'm dead. But okay, we didn't do anything before now, but now let's protest and get this cop out of here because now he killed somebody that's not a coon. When we could have avoided the person not being a coon the whole time.
Like I said, I agree with you, but I'm not going to do that until we have that set up the right way. Right. It's about moving strategically also. That's why and how a lot of the things people have tried in the past kind of went downhill from them not thinking in the right ways. And that's all I'm saying. Like, I'm down for trying to save as much as we can when we see things going wrong. That I'm with. But when we not thinking, in a strategic manner, like if you're going to jump out and kick this cop in the face, we got to make sure you're going to get away and you're going to be good. Like, that's what I'm thinking about, the after effect. Not like, oh, if he shoots you, oh, that's just what happened. Hell no, that cannot be an option. Right, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I agree, and that's why we like do.
Oh, okay.
Things. No, I'm saying yeah, I agree with that, but I'm not saying that. But I do think that people should not just keep moving because it was one woman. Like, y'all don't know if y'all remember last year when the cops, like 30 cops, had some dude in California, and it was one woman that hopped out to make sure this brother ain't get shot. You know what I'm saying? Now, what if she would have kept moving? You know what I'm saying? Not only for him not to get shot, but then they be saying charges like, oh yeah, they attacked the cop, even though that's not true. You know what I'm saying? Now imagine if that sister said, oh, well, it's just me. I'm not going to do anything. We're not powerful enough. You know what I'm saying? I might get hurt. You know what I'm saying? And not saying that Blue should, because I don't think that, you know what I'm saying, that you should. But Blue, if you call me right now, like, yo, I'm in trouble. Like, yo, I'm going to come. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if you believe that, but I would definitely.
But you can't compare me to a coon. Like, I would come to help you out too.
Yeah, I'm not. Don't take that the wrong way, dude. Yeah, I'm not calling you.
Oh.
See, Forecast, that's why I went to the extreme and say, would you help this person, the extreme? And you still say, yeah, what you talking about, I've done, and I still do. I even got one of the videos on my channel where I pulled over. The cops had this young brother down on the sidewalk for nothing. On the curb, going through his car, taking out his guns. Man, you got your gun license? You all right? He's like, yeah. I say, man, I'm gonna stay here, man. Make sure you appreciate that, man. He said, but I ain't done nothing. I forget somebody had hit his car. And whoever hit his car kept going. So the cop just pulled him over and went through his stuff. They eventually caught the car. But yeah, I stopped. And I recorded then, and I went down there, and I talked to him, and I did all that. He said he was straight. So, but that's why I went to the extreme, Forecast, and I still asked the question, which don't make sense. Somebody that want to see me dead, want to see the police kill me. Why should I be concerned about what the police do to him? Forecast, every battle ain't yours, man.
I understand what you're saying, bro, and I'm not trying to fight. And and this is a good conversation, and it's not trying to. And that's why I'm trying to tell y'all, it's not about fighting every single battle. But Bakari,
but that's what you're bringing up.
But listen to what I'm about to say, Bakari. Like, now, if a cop then kills somebody, but now he comes in and profiles another black person and kills them. Now, we didn't let this cop slide before. Should we still let him slide again, or should we now protest and try to get this cop arrested when he doesn't kill, when he kills somebody who's not a coon?
I think we need to do more to get him arrested.
But couldn't it have been avoided if you had done it the first time you profiled somebody and killed somebody?
No, because I'm gonna be rejoicing when they kill Thomas Sotomayor.
We got so many other issues to focus on, is all I'm saying, before we think we just gonna be telling people to jump out there and risk their lives to record or kick a cop in the face. That's all I'm saying.
When it comes to that, Forecast and Blue saying the same thing, which I absolutely agree.
And like you said, if kids is listening to this and now you putting this in their heads, that's not cool.
Nah, fuck that. It is cool. Stop getting killed, kids. Defend yourself. Self-defense all day, kids.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying don't defend yourself. You talking about going out and defending anybody. any black person. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, if they get pulled over and they about to get killed because they black, guess what? Any one of us could be next, because if we let that cop slide, he's coming to you next. He's coming to me next.
Forecast, they done already came to me several times, bro. I already been down that road. I got pulled over. Man, I'm telling you, I was been investigated for things I've never done. I'm supposed to be the biggest drug dealer. People knew my first name. I got planned. I've been harassed because they didn't like what I said in the city council meeting. I've already been through that road. I've already been profiled, and I didn't back down. And I can say this: none of the people that we standing up for was willing to help me, especially the ones like, well, I ain't standing up for that Tommy Sotomayor, good dude, but I'm just saying. So, forecast, we got to pick our battles. So that's why I said if it's someone we know. So if it's someone we know, right, man, that's not our battle. If it's Tommy Sotomayor, that is not our battle, forecast. It's not your battle. And see, so then what you would do, right? I'm gonna tell you what would end up happening, because you want to defend him. Then you bring somebody in like me, because I don't give a damn about Tommy Sotomayor. So then I have to defend you. We have to be okay. You have to be okay with people like him just being gone, man, or getting his ass whooped.
Hey, let me say this, yo, because like I said, like, and I'm not, and I know y'all using the extreme, and I'm like, sticking there with y'all. But like when I talk about this cool stuff, it's starting to get to a slippery slope, because like, yo, I'm not even gonna lie, like, yo, with my mom is not no pro-black stuff, and I think that she believes the white man's ice is colder. Now, like some people are making her a coon, you know what I'm saying? Now, because we start getting into slippery slopes, you know what I'm saying? Because then you got people talking about Muslims as coons and all of this. That's really what I'm talking about when we start getting into these slippery slopes. Because if you got like somebody like Sheriff David Clark, okay, fine, he's a coon. But like I said, like when it comes to my mom, I don't care who thinks that she's a coon or not. I'm gonna do something about that. You know what I'm saying? And it starts to be a slippery slope when we start allowing other people to harm our people based on the fact that they're black. You know what I'm saying? And
your mama is not the extreme, bro. Stop comparing your mama to Thomas. I bet you never heard your mama say you want to see the police. She want to see the police start killing N-words.
Oh well, I'm
and that's why I'm constantly using the extreme.
Look, I'm not even
still stuck on the extreme. Well, even the people that want to see you dead deserve your protection.
Yeah, yo, but that's the thing. My mom would say, yo, oh, they was like, when you see a police shooting, well, they should have did this, you know what I'm saying? Oh, they shouldn't have been ghetto, you know what I'm saying? They was probably acting hood, like she wouldn't say hood, but she would say ghetto, you know what I'm saying? Like that, like.
But that's the same thing that he said earlier. You know what I mean? So I think it's the wording that we getting caught up on.
I know, but I'm saying like, yeah. That's true, Blue. That's true.
Hey, but you know what? It's getting late, and every second I'm getting closer to 50. I'm getting old. Look, man, we're gonna chop it up tomorrow, man. This was a good conversation.
Yeah, for sure. I appreciate y'all. Hey, and it's all love, y'all.
Yeah,
of course, man. We always know it ain't never love.
I ain't never tripping. Only way we gonna grow and try to understand each other.
Yeah.
Yep, it's cool to get your differences out the way. You know the similarities, everything out there, and we know we still got one another back. So of course we know it ain't nothing but love.
Yeah.
Because if it was you, I got your back. I'm gonna protect you. I'm gonna be out the car. If it's Blue, it was other people. But when I go to the extreme, no.
Hey, all I'm saying, Bakari, like that's a slippery slope, bro.
Even a couple of coons I'll probably get out for, like Jesse Lee Peterson. But not Thomas Sotomayor.
So Bakari, hey, let me ask you, because Blue answered the question. Let me ask you, which one was the coons? Was it the people that was killing, or the people that said that agreed with Joe Biden and said pass the law?
I ain't answer that question.
Oh.
I did the George Floyd.
Oh yeah.
I think the people that wanted the law was willing, knew they was cooning. I think the ones that doing the killing is cooning, but don't know it.
So should we walk past all of them?
The ones that don't know they're cooning, no. They're different because they don't know. but the ones that know and don't care about you. That's different. We always have to care about the ones that don't know, because it's up to
And
us
you
to
know
teach
when you
them.
talk to them the difference.
Yeah, you gonna know the difference when you talk. Yeah.
Hmm.
Well, that's the only thing I disagree. I don't think we should walk past a black person being killed because they black, or harassed, or none of that because they black. You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't say. I
I
only say
mean, you are
my.
talking about being killed. You know what I mean? I'm talking along any other lines besides that, for real, for real. And I already said I believe that we should have that type of group set up, but not in the way that you're saying. We have to be a little bit more smarter about how we're doing a situation like that. That's all.
Yeah, I feel you. I mean, and like I said, there's plenty of examples of black people doing that. You know what I'm saying? Like the ministers of defense, or like, there's a bunch of like even back doing it. That's why, like, yo, Bakari, that book you be talking about, We Will Shoot Back. Like, we need to start learning all of that stuff, all the stuff throughout history, like when black people was like fighting back, because like it's not just going
Right.
head up, you know what I'm saying? Like, they use guerrilla warfare tactics, like attack when the enemy's not looking, you know what I'm saying? Like, strike when you have the advantage type stuff, you know what I'm saying? But it's gonna be a time, I'm telling y'all right now, it's gonna be a time, or it's gonna be lasting forever, where something is going down, and then somebody's gonna be like, that's enough, and then it's gonna have to be like black people having each other's back, or they're not, and we're gonna either that, or we might as well get wiped out.
I mean, that's what we talking about, and that's what we want too.
Right. But yeah, y'all can go ahead and close out. So
But you never answered about what the George Floyd situation.
what I never answered.
The question that you asked.
Well, I said I would do something. You like, well, I don't think you believe that I would kick him in the face, but
Okay.
I ain't got nothing to lose. But I ain't got no kids. I ain't got nothing to lose. You know what I'm
You
saying?
do have a lot to lose. You have the bigger efforts you could put out in the world to lose that we need you here for. So it's just like I said, it's a way to do things. We can't have you walking up, kicking a cop in the face, and then getting shot. Oh, well, he got shot. You know, we have to have a plan for that gun that's going to get drawn. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I agree with that. I agree we definitely need a plan, but something got to happen at some point, because we've been saying this for like
Right.
500 years, and we still ain't made well, people made plans, but
a smarter plan. That's all.
Right. Bakari, you want to close out? I don't know. Bakari's still there.
Yeah, I'm still here,
Okay.
man. Look, I'm gonna holler at y'all tomorrow. I'm gonna say it like Russell Simmons. God bless you tonight. Thank y'all for coming. Tonight.
Hi, Bakari.
Reverend Bakari for y'all, folks. And I'm gonna go ahead and say good night. It was a pleasure. I'm back in business. I took a little break as needed and appreciated, as everyone should, and take time to love on yourself. You know, how can you be or move and think, put your best foot forward if you're not recuperating and rejuvenating and recharging? And I definitely missed coming on, so thanks for letting me in the door. This is Blue. Jobs are still available. Anyone that's wanting to work from home, please, I can reach out to me at 804-250-1049. Shoot a text with your name and that you're interested to work from home. Wish everyone well. Good night.
All right, thank you, Blue. I appreciate that.
Of course.
Yeah. Ross said you have your life, live well, think free. Yeah, definitely, Blue. I mean, I'm sorry, definitely Raw. And hold on, let me put Bakari's channel in the chat real quick before I close up. This Bakari channel right here. Now listen, man. I know y'all disagree with me. And these is my people. So, it's gonna be all love in the conversations that we have. But at the end of the day, no, I probably wouldn't walk past a black person being shot down on the street because that's all we've ever done. And I get what y'all saying about the whole leadership thing, and it needs to be a certain level. But like we have had issues with that kind of thing a long time ago with the whole Boule, right? They was coming on saying, oh, well, black people have to be at this certain standard, or what I'm saying, they don't deserve this or that. What I'm saying? We've seen all of this kind of stuff before. And even though we had a long conversation, me, Blue, and Bakari, we agree about like 90% of what is going on. Like the only thing I don't agree on is saying that a black person deserved it or whatever for getting getting harassed or beat up or killed by the cops. And I do think that we have to take actions because they're being harassed because they're black. And then those same people are profiling everybody. They don't stop and say, okay, what's your ideology? Are you multiracial? Are you afraid to be black? Because that's the thing. Everybody is afraid to be black, but black people have a hard time having each other's back. Like when Nick Cannon talked about the Jewish people stood as a community and made him take back his stuff. You know what I'm saying? Made him go on an apology tour. And instead of black people having his back, they called him a coon. And now there'll be so many people out there. Well, if something happened to him, he gets what he deserves. See, everybody has these different definitions of what it is to be a coon. Now, the extreme, we all know, what I'm saying, they are a coon or whatever. We understand that. But then it starts to be a complicated situation because Bakari asked me about my mom, and I don't want to put my mom out there, but yeah, my mom would do the kind of things that you would say, okay, let me walk past her on the street, but I would never do that. And I understand where she's coming from. But do I agree with that? Do I think that, well, me and her argue all the time, and she calls me racist for talking about injustices to black people. The same things, like she would probably have the Candace Owens argument, even though she would vote Democrat every single time. This stuff becomes a slippery slope. That's all I'm trying to say. You know what I'm saying? And I get what they're trying to say, but like unity, you know what I'm saying? We can't just pick and choose, and it's not about building everybody. The only thing I'm trying to say is when you build a system to protect you, it protects everybody. America don't matter if they're a Benedict Arnold because their system protects them, right? They're not going to be like, oh, a black person killed the Benedict Arnold. Oh, that's cool. No, they're going to go arrest that black person. They're going to put him in jail for life. They're not going to walk by and say, well, it's a Benedict Arnold. I don't care. Because when we start having these conversations, people that be like, yo, I'm indigenous, I'm ADOS, I'm this. Now all of a sudden they're cool. So should we walk past them being slaughtered because they believe in ADOS? That's my whole thing. You know what I'm saying? That's all he didn't have to do it. Him gave in for him reasoning. Yeah, that's true, Raw. That's true. And I don't want Bakari and Blue to think that I'm totally disagreeing what they're saying, and I don't want y'all to think that this is all about saving a black person. But no, when I see all of this stuff, I have to learn it. Other people may know stuff, but I have to learn what I have to learn. And when I listen to certain things, and it's not just the coon black people. I listen to the racist black people. I mean, racist white people to change their minds. No, but to see what they're thinking. I listen to the coons to change their mind. No, just to see what they're thinking, because the next generation is going to have something better there to change their situation. Now, we just keep ignoring the whole situation, then that's another thing. But I think the third option, like Blue was saying, there's a third option, and I agree with her. Like the third option is before our people grow up to become killers. But like the question I was asked, who is the coons? Like before they grow up to become killers, it's up to us to address these people, to help them, to try to reach out to them. Now, if they go out and do what they have to do, then, or if they go out and they hurt somebody or they kill somebody, you know what I'm saying, then we should have a system to arrest them and all of this kind of stuff. But you know, like if we just gonna be like picking and choosing our battles and when we gonna stand up for black people, you know what I'm saying? Like, really, I just don't see the point. We might as well just say, oh, it is what it is, you know what I'm saying? They just gonna get some coons, they just gonna get some of us. It is what it is, you know what I'm saying? Like, and then you don't even know who the coons are, like they said, until after the fact. Now you done stood up for Tommy Sotomayor, not knowing what he done stood for. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, I feel what you're saying. It's not about trying to be like nobody white or nothing like that. You know what I'm saying? And I'm definitely not trying to tell y'all that. But what I'm trying to say is, you know, like all of this time we have said, you know what I'm saying, yo, because every few generations we be like, yo, we got to get rid of the coon first. And we've only ever destroyed the coon. And not that it shouldn't happen. I'm not trying to stop nobody from doing that. I'm not trying to stop nobody from talking about it. All I was trying to say is that's just not my lane. I don't go in on the coons. And that's all I meant by I'm not as hard on the coon, because I don't focus on them. I don't want to argue with a black person on here. I don't want to, I mean, I guess I'll debate a black person, but my whole focus is on something else. And that's all I meant by I'm not as hard on the coon, because I got all the smoke for my enemy, and that's it. And the people that's in their lane, you know what I'm saying, I respect that lane. I just think that it's too many people already in that lane. You know what I'm saying? But yo, I appreciate y'all for listening and all of that stuff. I really ain't mean to be on here for like 4 hours. Every time I'll be like, yo, I'm gonna be real quick. It's not. But yo, thank y'all for listening, man. And thank Bakari, thank Blue. I appreciate you, Pelej, and everybody else that came in here. You know, and you know, spoke on the thing. And you know, and if anybody want to contact Blue for stay-at-home job opportunities, you know, Blue back in the building now. So her number is 804-250-1049 for stay-at-home job opportunities. And make sure y'all clear about what y'all want. Also, let me put the email in the list. If you want to reach me, Bakari, or Blue, it's db1list@gmail.com. And we definitely trying to build something so that we can have something in place, because that's the whole point, for us to build something to have in place. You know what I'm saying? And you know, that's my point of being here. So if you want to contact me, Blue, or Bakari, you can definitely hit that up. And yo, down in Georgia, there's a young brother who had got falsely accused. I forget the young brother name again. But yo, if anybody in the Atlanta, Georgia area, you know, is familiar with that, contact that email list. You know what I'm saying? That email, and we're gonna definitely get on it. But yeah, I appreciate y'all for listening. I appreciate everything. I know all of y'all gonna probably agree with me, but I stick to it, man. I'm not as hard on the coon, man. And maybe I'll change when I get older and all of that stuff. But you know, that's just where I'm at right now. But as always, man, we have got to start standing for something, or we're gonna keep falling for anything.